everyone. Hello. Hi. Apologies for the very, very long wait. I wasn't expecting my delivery to arrive during stream, but unfortunately things just kind of happen unbeknownst to us. So yeah. So I apologize for the long waits, but I am here now, and hopefully we are all doing well. How you guys doing today? Happy Friday. It is finally time chat for the weekend. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about the weekend chat? How are you guys doing, by the way? How are you guys doing? Hello, how are we all doing? I'm doing, I think we're doing alright, Heaven's Night. At least I hope so. At least I hope so. Jay, what's up, Just Coney? Hello. Hey, Chucklock. Hello, hello, hello. It's time for the best Western Silent Hill game in terms of atmosphere and gameplay, but that's about the highest praise I can give it. Are we talking about Origins? I think that's what we're talking about, right? Because that is the game we're streaming today. Origins, or as I like to call it, oranges. We like to joke here. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing great. I am very much looking forward to, I guess, playing Origins today. Don't really know how it's gonna go. It should be okay. I think it should be like a really casual playthrough, if anything. Yeah, not gonna stress about it. Hi Jay, not to worry. It's okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can spell. It's okay. You're all good. I think today is just kind of like a really like, I don't know, maybe slow day or something. I don't know. Maybe we're all a little bit slow today more than usual. I know today's been kind of a day for me too. In general, as of this past week, actually, I've been really tired more than usual. You can probably like hear my voice sometimes too, but it's all good. It's all good. It's okay. Hey, Evans Knight, how are you doing? Hello, Gail Garcia. Hope I didn't mispronounce your name. Apologies if I did. Hey, sup, Jay, sir. Hello, Egg World. How you doing? Jay, is that a hint of beard on your chin? Is it? Let's see. A hint of beard? What do you... Hold on. I wish I could... Here we go. It's a little bit of a scruff. It's scruff. This is probably the closest you ever get to me zooming in. But yeah, it's a little bit of scruff. Usually I shave beforehand. I don't really like to have like you know, like anything that's like, I guess, like scruff on my what is it called, on, for like when it comes to like facial features. Also, apologies, now I have to fix my webcam. It's all good. But yeah, no, usually I like to shave beforehand. I guess I just kind of was really busy with the morning. I had a lot going on. I had to like just focus on breakfast and some cleaning, and just also prior to stream, actually, for those of you who were, I guess, during the start of the stream, you may have seen the little like kind of like shameless plug to the channel membership. That was done earlier this morning. I was working on that this morning, so yeah, hopefully it wasn't anything too intrusive or maybe like tedious or annoying, inconvenient maybe. I hope that was, you know, pretty like subtle enough to where it's like not like kind of in your face, just kind of like, you know, there to like give incentive for people who do love to participate in streams, and I don't know, maybe wants to, I don't know, maybe indulge like in a channel membership one day. I don't know. But yeah, but anyways, yeah, no, busy morning. So I'm kind of like all over the place right now, but let's, you know, try to chill and, you know, be able to just kind of like facilitate and yeah, just have a good time, really. Yeah. Hey Jay, yes, I'm talking about Origins. Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's the talk of today, isn't it? I'm doing good. I got home not too long ago. Hee hee, nice. Well, hey, I hope you're able to relax as you are now home during stream. Yo, first time catching a stream from Hungary. Nice. A bit late, but though I'd stay for a while. Well, thank you, Benz. Well, hey, I'm glad you're catching stream today. I hope you're able to have a great time. We're here to chill, hang out, and yeah, just have a great time, really. You know, nothing more, nothing less. But glad to have you here, Benz. Welcome home. Welcome to the Silent Archives, I guess we can say. Are we all ready for this? Like the song? Yeah, I think we are. I think we are. We're just gonna chill for a little bit, chat. We're just gonna hang out for a little bit, have people come in. I think a lot of people, well, some individuals may have been looking forward to today with Origins. So yeah, we'll just wait for some people to join and head into the game itself. Just going for the soul patch. It's a good look for you. Oh, thank you. I actually can't really grow a beard due to family genetics, I'm assuming. My dad's side of the family, they can only grow. My dad and his brothers, my uncles, they're only capable of growing like I would say like a goatee, not like a full-on beard. So I have no idea what I would look like on it with a beard. I don't think I look good because I look way too young. When it comes to like my facial features, I don't think I would look good with a beard. But I appreciate the compliment nevertheless. Probably don't need my opinion, but honestly, I'm tired of people hating on every single Silent Hill game that was not made by the Team Silent developers, 1 through 4, first OG Silent Hill games. That's fair colors. I understand like the whole like kind of like lamenting about it, because it is a thing that people tend to do. I feel like maybe back in the day when the post-Team Sound games were much more prominent during that era, I guess it was kind of the standard to make fun of the games and hate on them, similar to like when Sonic was going through like that really weird rough transitional period from the, I guess, like late 2000s to like the early 2010s or something. Maybe that can also be like translated with, post-Team Silent games, I guess. I think the good thing about like time is people tend to let things kind of like die down and heal. And we just kind of like learn from just, the things that we used to like make fun of and maybe bully and like hate. And now like as time has passed, a full decade actually, now we're able to kind of like really immerse ourselves with, what exactly was those products from back then, and just kind of allow ourselves to really, kind of take off those rose tinted color glasses and really, allow that to facilitate, what exactly those games are trying to go for. I would say, um, I do think allowing for, I guess like introspection allows, things to kind of allow people to get like a bigger picture, I would say. And so when you kind of factor into like the whole development cycle and the history behind these games, it's really easy to kind of like sympathize in a way, because these games had it kind of rough. Konami just kind of took these, third-party devs and, just, picked them like haphazardly. It felt like any preconceived notion, and didn't really like, factor into like, what exactly, they were like capable of, delivering to the table or bringing to the table. And yeah, they just kind of like went in blindly without like really having an idea of like what Silent Hill is really, and just kind of like working off of what they basically had, which was not much. So yeah, there's a lot to kind of like take into consideration and factor, and yeah, yeah. Hi everyone, long day, but home now. Hope everyone's doing well. Hey, what's up, Tippy? How are you doing? Hell yeah, indeed, Benz. Hell yeah, indeed. Get a fake beard like James from the movie. Did he actually have a fake beard? I heard about that. Did he actually have a fake beard? That's kind of it's kind of yikes. I heard that movie was like on a really pretty, I don't know, like pretty like rough budget, so I wouldn't know. Yeah. My dad can rock a cool ass goatee, but my ass got stuck with a chin strap beard. That's pretty cool. I could probably grow a goatee if I wanted to, but yeah, no. Well, I mean, they certainly aren't as good as the first Silent Hill 4 games, but they aren't terrible either, or at least what I've played. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. They're not terrible, but I would say in terms of like longevity, they don't really allow much incentive to go back and, play them, I would say. I think a bit like Nickelback, everyone hated them for the last 20 years, and now they're getting popular again since the dust settled. Yeah, that's fair. I haven't really like listened much to like, you know, Nickelback, but you know, I'll take your word for it. Hey Lane, how you doing? How's it going? People just really like to hate on unpolished video games. It's the same now. People are hating on Silent Hill F and on Silent Hill Townfall already. It's just stupid in my opinion. I'm in the minority where I like to facilitate my thoughts when I actually have my hands on said product. So I guess in this context, it would be Silent Hill Townfall. You know, I think it's really easy to kind of bash and hate something with, you know, first initial impressions, but I think it's completely different when you actually have your hands on it and are able to really immerse yourself with said product. So, you know, Townfall, when you're able to get into like the game and experience the story and, you know, see the gameplay itself and kind of just allow that to really you know, allow yourself to have that experience and then get those, you know, much more constructive thoughts and feedback that you may have and, you know, just reservations. So that's always kind of how I approached, you know, having those sort of impressions and I guess like food for thought, really. So, yeah. Silent goatee? Yeah. Okay, what's the consensus on the best post-Team Silent installment and pre-PT? Haha. That's a good question, Silent Thriller. I was actually thinking about that earlier today. I think for me, Shadow Memories, I just think Shadow Memories is such a really unique experience compared to the other post-Team Silent games that I think is a really well-polished package. Um, but I think it needed to do that by disassociating itself from the traditional gameplay formula that is the, you know, the Silent Hill games that we're accustomed to. So yeah, I would say Shattered Memories, but it really had to kind of like do its own thing to kind of allow that, I would say. But I really do like the exploration in that game. I think the whole like hands-on interaction with the, well, I guess depending on the game or the platform, like the Wii, that would be like motion control, right? You feel like you're able to like really immerse yourself in the world, and I think it's really, you know, innovative. I would even argue it was really innovative for the time, really, when it came to Silent Hill in the series, but also just as like as like a game, really, as well. But yeah, I would say Shadow Memories. It may not traditionally be Silent Hill, but in essence, it does kind of feel like a Silent Hill game. But again, like you kind of have to really see that game as like its own entity and separate it from the rest of the franchise. Because if you do that, then it really does feel like its own caricature. It feels like its own product that has like no relation to the games. And if it does, it's just from, you know, the cast of Silent Hill 1 and the synopsis of Silent Hill 1 2, and that's kind of it, really. So yeah. Thank you for the Shadow Memories. Love is such a unique experience in my opinion. Yeah, of course. I love Shadow Memories. It's definitely my favorite in the post Team Sound games. I actually think Team I'm sorry, not Team Climax. Climax Studios to me has the most polished, I would say, games out of the post Team Silent, I guess, quadrilogy, if we want to go with that term analogy. Um, and I think it's because of just them kind of learning from Origins and just having that sort of reflection and just kind of like doing like their own thing. So I would say when it comes to like those devs, I would say Climax Studios probably had the most well fine-tuned and redefined entries compared to the, you know, to its compatriots, I would say, like Silent Hill Homecoming and Silent Hill Downpour. Like they felt like the most redefined in terms of you know, games in the lineup, to me at least, from what you know, I played out of those post Team Silent games. For me, Shadow Memories narratively, gameplay wise, is Origins. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I agree. Shadow Memories is really unique. It is unique, and I honestly, I think like a hot take, but I would definitely love to see more Silent Hill games and that sort of that essence of like Shadow Memories. I wouldn't even mind if we had like another like Silent Hill spin-off game in that sort of approach that Shadow Memories took. I would definitely be down for that. It's just such a really unique experience that you don't really find with the other games. And maybe it could be like a good thing, you know? Maybe it's good to kind of have like that break from what we're accustomed to and allow for a much more diverse experience, you know? I think that's something that would allow for more, I don't know, something like refreshing, maybe. But that's just me, though. That's just me. I thought Shadow Memories was interesting in concept, but didn't do it for me. That's fair. I know for a lot of people it was maybe very, uh, I don't know. It may have been like a mixed bag. I don't know about divisive or divisive, but it definitely is something that is, either you, I don't know, I guess you can kind of like integrate with, or you just can't, and that's okay. That's why we have like so many other entries in the franchise. Shadow Memories is really expensive on the PS2. Yeah, I imagine. Well, I mean, most of the games on the PS2 are really expensive, especially if you look at Silent Hill 2, 3, especially Silent Hill 3. That game is like $300 retail on eBay. It's really expensive, but that's just like any like game collecting nowadays, unfortunately. The only Western Silent game I haven't played yet is Downpour, and I'd be interested in trying it if it isn't that good. Well, good for you. Good news for you, Zenny, is that Downpour has a full native port now on PC. The developer even restored cut content. I don't know if it's all the cut content, but they definitely like did a lot of like amazing work from just one person. So I mean, we'll be checking that out sometime maybe this month, depending on how we're doing with stream and progress. But yeah, no, we'll definitely be checking that out and see how that goes. I like a spin-off where you're playing as the other characters from Silent Hill 2, maybe like short episodic gameplay. Yeah, short episodic gameplay. That made me immediately think of like a Silent Hill Ascension, and yeah, that didn't really work out. You guys remember Ascension? No, I don't. That was such a weird time. I can't believe Ascension was the technically like the sort of what's it called? Like the revival, technically speaking, when it came to this franchise. Like that's so bizarre. Yeah. Ascension best Silent Hill game ever. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. You know, I've actually haven't like what is it called? I haven't even seen Ascension before. I haven't seen it like ever. I don't plan to. Never. But I mean, you know, maybe one day if stream really wants to see me suffer while watching Ascension. But we'll see, chat. We'll see. We'll see. Never say never. Never say never. Let me get it started. Because I think we're ready to go. Let me just get the emulator working and getting that going. And we should be good to go. Let's see. Ascension gives me PTSD. I think I saw like only one episode from Silent Hill Ascension, and I just remember it being very like just such a huge mess. Like there was just so much characters, and it was trying to tell like two different like plots. Of course, that was kind of like the intention, but I felt like they just didn't really have consistency. It just felt like this, and it didn't really know what it was trying to like tell really from like a narrative standpoint. I felt like it was just very convoluted and just kind of felt like mere fodder, you know, just trying to like elaborate on something that had little to no substance. And I even remember I think Tango Mushi made a video on it and watched the entirety of that I guess web series, if we want to call it that. And there's nothing to gather from it, like literally like nothing you can even give when it came to like the lore that is Silent Hill. If anything, it was Silent Hill, but in the name, I say in air quotes. Yeah. What's Ascension? It was a web series from like 2023, and it was like technically like the sort of revival of the franchise, and no one really remembers it. It's kind of like a bad memory. It's like a bad nightmare, really, that we don't like to reminisce about. It's just like it's like a band-aid that we just ripped off, and we just want little to no relation when it comes to that entry in the franchise. That's like a whole different like subject that we can get into, but I'm gonna choose not to. Legitimately, have no idea what Ascension is besides some PS4 exclusive or something. Yeah, no. It was technically on mobile and computer, right? It was a web series technically, and it's on YouTube actually. Like you can watch the entirety of it on I think the publisher's channel. I forgot their name. Um, something dot entertainment. I don't know. I don't care. But you can. But it was supposed to be interactive, and it's ironic really because there was a whole website for Ascension where you can interact in real time with the episode. But that I think website got shut down, and so now it's just kind of like fortuitous really in terms of like the whole like innovative design when it came to Ascension, because now you just really are going off of those choices the players made whilst it was still like relevant at the time, and now it's just like on YouTube, you know. And yeah, there's like a bunch of like different like choices you can make that, you know, dictate the story, but it was sort of like contrived because I think the developers wanted players to choose something specific they had in mind, but the players completely didn't do that. So that created even like more contrivance there and defeated the purpose with like their intentions. And yeah, it was just such a huge mess. And yeah, it's just such like a bad memory when you reflect on it in retrospect. But anyway, Silent Hill Origins, it is here. It is here. Oh, sorry, went out for food, but back now. It's okay, Peculiar. I'm glad you're back now. Glad you have your munchies. What are you having for food? Silent Hill Bad Memories? Silent Hill Bad Memories, yeah. That's what it should be. That's what it should have been called. Oh, crazy, I thought it was a game or something? No, it was a web series. It was marketed as a game, but it's more a web series. It's a web series. It's not even interactive. It's a web series. Thank you, Nostalgic Games, for sending a gift. A high five. Thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate that. Also, I did find out, chat, what the jewels are. Jewels are actually supposed to be like, I guess like in relation to like gifts, I suppose. I had no idea until recently, so now I know. So they're related to I guess like gifting when it comes to like chat, the live chat. So now I know the world's biggest secret, at least to me, is now revealed in all its glory. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're ready to go, chat. I know you guys have been waiting like probably the past week for this, and I know I have too. So yeah, Silent Hill Origins, the first post-Team Silent game that is very much a thing. That, I think is not too bad in retrospect. I think it's quite fine. I don't think it's anything too harmful on the franchise, and other than the lore that definitely does contradict what was introduced in Silent Hill 1. But other than that, I think gameplay is fine. It does get a little bit repetitive, and it can feel like a little bit like background noise sometimes. But it's okay. It's an okay entry. Nothing too offensive, I would say. Also, chat, let me know how the volume sounds. Let me know how it sounds, and we can definitely do some tinkering if needed. I will say, I do like the soundtrack in this game, though. By the one and only Akira Yamaoka.
You mean she hasn't left you yet?
Excuse me.
See you around, Travis. Take it easy. 10-4. Catch you later, buddy.
Ascension was terrible. Such a strange relaunch for the Silent Hill series, being a choose your own adventure. Almost generic horror story. Yeah. I can't really facilitate all my thoughts on it, but just going off of the first episode of Ascension, it really felt like it was not really knowing what it wanted to tell or what it was doing at all whatsoever. It really felt like it was just kind of there to market off something that was not being genuine. If anything, I think it was really dishonest. But it is what it is. What can you do? I want to test it out on stream. How's it going? Hey, what's up, Nostalgia Games? It's going alright, and thank you so much. I appreciate that. Helps in many ways more than one. Doing alright. Playing Origins today. And, yeah. That's about it, really. How are you doing? Good evening, CC Trout. How are you doing? OMG is playing Origins. I still haven't played this one. Yes, we're playing Origins today as part of our little series marathon. Hope you're excited. But since you haven't played it, just keep in mind this will have spoilers since we're going to play the whole game. Not today, but you know, in installments. And yeah, they should collab Ascension and Pachinko slots. I could definitely see Ascension as a Pachinko, Packy slot, like repurposed for that. Do you have any Silent Hill merch or collectibles? I always wanted the map from Silent Hill 2 as wall art, but it was, but as it was so expensive, I just made my own. I do have some merch. I do have a little bit of merch. I have the Robbie the Rabbit plush. I have the Pyramid Head plush. I also have a care package that was delivered to me personally by Konami. Oh, thank you so much, Shippy. Thank you for being a channel member for 14 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Wow, 1 year anniversary. Look at that. Thank you so much, Shippy. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, but when Silent Hill, what's it called? Silent Hill F, when that was being promoted, and they were sending, I guess, like those care packages to streamers or influencers, I was lucky enough to get one. From a third party that contacted me, I think a month prior to the release of Silent Hill F, and yeah, they sent me like a little care package. I don't think I really showed it on stream. I feel bad because I wanted to, but I completely forgot. But I do think I posted pictures on the community tab post, maybe. But yeah, they sent me like a little care package with like a bunch of goodies, and it was pretty cool. Don't know if they'll do that again with Silent Hill Townfall, but it would be nice if they did. It'd be really cool. But other than that, not much merch or collectibles. I don't really have the the income right now for that. But I would love to collect more Silent Hill merchandise and have like a little collection over the years. Or build a little collection over the years. Hey Jay, how are you? Playing Silent Hill Origins, I see. Yeah, we are, Dingjin. Playing Silent Hill Origins today. I'm doing alright. Pretty busy morning. Had to do some work on streams. Had to prepare for a little bit of like editing and you know, stuff like that. Yeah, pretty busy morning really. I'm doing okay. Pretty tired, so might be a little bit shorter stream today, but we'll see. Been doing my best though. How are you doing? I think my biggest issue of Origins is that the plot just feels unnecessary and it feels like there's no stakes to it when compared to the first 4 games. It's a very kind of monotonous plot because it doesn't really give much service to the games, especially the first one. Since again, it does like a lot of contradictions to the much of like the lore established or pre-established in Silent Hill 1. There's something to this painting makes me want to stop and look. This isn't the time though, and it's going to burn just like the others. You guys may not be able to see, but this is actually a pyramid head, or well, pyramid head from I think the movie, I believe 2006, with the more triangular design compared to like the more pyramid head shaped helmet he has. It's kind of hard to see, but yeah, he has like a little like, that's a reference to Pyramid Head, just for some reason. I don't know why, but it's just there. Because references, gotta love our references in the Silent Hill games, right? And there's Alessa. I'm doing great, I had a day off today, thanks Jay. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, Dingjin. I'm glad to hear that you had a day off. It's always good to have some days off, you know. Take some time to chill, relax, and, you know, let things, you know, die down a little bit, you know. Glad you had that today. Gotta have those chill days. Also, here's Alessa, all charred and, mutilated. when it comes to her burns. So this is basically, for those, I guess, out of the loop, the origins, as the name implies, to, being a prequel to Silent Hill 1, and so we kind of like see the events play out when, I guess, Alessa was being, undergoing like the ritual, which was performed by her mother, and this ritual essentially implanted the embryonic god into her womb, and that's essentially what kind of started as like the precursor to much of, those 7 long years. But, this time around we actually get to see that play out in its entirety, and seeing like, the Gillespie household burned down and the latter. I used to pay for merch, it's so expensive, so in my spare time I try to make my own things. My first model was a line figure, turned out well. Oh nice, that's really cool. I definitely don't disagree with that notion. I can understand completely why you feel the way you do. Merch is really expensive, and Konami's merch could be like a hit or miss. I think like a great sort of reference is the James Sutherland backpack as of recently. I feel like you can just makeshift like your own like little like Silent Hill patch and just slap it on like a backpack, and then just call it a day. Also like a little keychain, and just like hang it on the little like, I don't know, buckle of like the backpack itself. Yeah, $120 for a backpack is pretty absurd if you ask me. So I do not like movie Pyramid Head design. It's okay. It's not anything that I would say is like, like has me like running over the hills. I definitely prefer the, the original by Masahiro Ito. But I think like for what I was trying to like, do for the movie, I think it was fine. It's okay. It's definitely iconic, but for different reasons. And I think a lot of people who were introduced to Silent Hill from the movie especially saw that Pyramid Head as the quintessential Pyramid Head, which is interesting, like, in juxtaposition to, Pyramid Head from Silent Hill 2, the original, because, that's where he had his, like, first start. So yeah, a lot of misinformation during the 2000s, I imagine, when it came to, like, the lore and, just the whole, like, this Silent Hill, I would say, mythos, really. Merch of a diorama of James stuck behind the doors finding the flesh chips, like what happened in your Plank Gully playthrough. LOL. I feel like someone made that off Etsy, I wouldn't be surprised if someone did, actually. Can I take the map? It's a map of the town. I've already taken one. Okay. So yeah, so this is Silent Hill, or Central Silent Hill, actually. But just much more expanded upon. So in Silent Hill 1, Harry, at some point, traverses Central Silent Hill to go to Alchemy Hospital, which is right here in front of us, to, meet Lisa and meet also Kaufman, get a little bit of like lore on Alessa Gillespie, well, some implications behind her, and then have to go through the other world in Central Silent Hill and all that type of stuff. And yeah, but this is a different part of Central Silent Hill. As I think like a big indicator here is the little Konami burger, which you can see right here, much like in the first game. And past here is where you would, enter Central Silent Hill, but we can't go past there. So this is a completely like new area of the game. But with some like slight changes and differences, really, that we'll get to eventually as we progress throughout the game. So yeah, it's really interesting, to say the least, especially when you kind of like facilitate the idea that for one, this is like an origin story, so kind of like seeing this like in a new engine and a different like perspective is really interesting, to say the least. But for what it does it pretty well, I would say. Thank you, Metal Boss, for subscribing to the channel. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. There's Andy's bookstore, which we'll eventually have to cross at some point later in the game. Ajay, your Silent Hill streams are always entertaining to watch. Oh, thank you, Danjin. I always try to be very entertaining whenever I can. Just give like my internalized thoughts and feelings on the games. And yeah, thank you, I appreciate the compliment. And here's Akamila Hospital. I just bought Silent Hill 2 and 3 HD collection. It came in today, that I play Silent Hill 3 again. Oh nice, well have fun. Hope you have fun playing the HD collection. Tell me how it goes. Is this one you can cheese by unlocking enemies? Yep, this is the one. This is the one. Under construction. Currently, the second and third floors of this hospital are undergoing renovations. At this time, they are closed to patients and visitors. Work continues in earnest, and the hospital management thanks you for your continued cooperation as we try to minimize the disruption. We estimate the construction will be completed within 6 months. The restructuring of the third floor will almost double our capacity for inpatients and introduce cleaner, more modern facilities. Here at Alchemilla, the quality of care we provide to you, our valued patient, is of the utmost importance. Dr. Phillips, Chairman of Alchemilla Board. So, a lot of what we're gonna find here is like a lot of like new introduction to the lore that was never seen in Silent Hill 1. So, you know, there's never anything really wrong per se to introduce new, I would say, details into the lore that was pre-established, as long as it's not tampering or, I would say, doing a disservice where it's deliberately giving misinformation and trying to change the lore deliberately due to maybe a writer's like predisposition and feelings of said lore, which we do see in this game, because there is a huge point of contention in Silent Hill Origins, specifically when it comes to the Gillespie house, and how that started when it came to the fire specifically. I believe in the first game there is a cover-up that is an article that mentions that it was a fire that was started. I think it was due to, I don't know if it was Origins that stated it or if it was Silent Hill 1, but we do know that there was a fire that started, but I don't know if they mentioned it was due to a boiler room. But I think in Origins, the cover-up really is stated to be the boiler that was ignited that caused the fire itself. But we all know that the reason the fire started was due to the ritual. But obviously, due to Alessa being deceased on the coroner's report, at least to the public eye, you know, that was sort of like the, I would say, the alibi they were going off of. But we all know when it comes to the actual reasonings, it's due to the ritual. But this game introduced like new lore that was contradictory to the first game, and so that was kind of like a point of contention that really rifled much of the fandom at the time. And I think even to this day, like, it's still like an argument that people are having too, which is quite insane, you know, in retrospect. I can't imagine what that must have been like back in the day. Not gonna lie, I have not played Origins, and I have seen watching people stream Origins, and Sun Origins looks very boring. It's a very, I don't know. To me, it's an okay game that does what it needs to do. I feel like in terms of gameplay, it's very safe. It's a very safe game. It doesn't do anything highly innovative. I think the most innovative, contribution this game does is the fact that it gives a huge, expansive inventory, which you see right here. Especially when it comes to supplies and your melee weapons and your firearms. It's really endless, actually. Like, the amount of quantity you have to your supplies, your melee weapons, and your firearms is much more expanded upon than the original, and it's a little bit overwhelming, to be honest. I think it does a huge disservice to the more simplicity that was seen prior to the, you know, Team Sound games, where you had to make the best of your limitations, and in this game you find so many items to your disposal, and it kind of feels like you're not really able to have much strategy when it comes to your overall traversal in the gameplay, and it feels kind of you know, really derivative of sort of like, you know, not only like in game when it comes to the survival horror, but just the overall presentation, really, which we will see. We will see as we play through Origins. Time to go take my dad to his car. Me, have a good night. Oh, no worries, Jessconi. Have a great rest of your night. Hopefully all goes well. Take care. I hope to see you soon. Thank you for joining for the time you had. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah, also there's quick time events. There is quick time events. That is a thing that was introduced in this game too, for some reason. But I think people need to remember that this was during a time when Resident Evil 4 was sort of like the precursor to what we now know of the over-the-shoulder third-person camera angle that was established in Resident Evil 4. That was, you know, obviously like a huge transitional shift from the, what's it called? Fixed camera angle that we, you know, are very much accustomed to on the PS1 when it comes to like much of those survival horror games. So that really was sort of like setting this precedent to what a lot of survival horror games, especially seeing that nowadays with more modern ones, wanted to sort of like manifest, because that was just the culture. And so Origins has a lot of like gameplay implementations like QuickTime events, expanded upon inventory when it comes to your firearms and melee weapons, to, you know, kind of facilitate that filling, which is why you see that in gameplay much of the time. Preliminary diagnosis: third degree burns. Patient is unconscious. Something has prevented damage spreading to the internal organs. Tissue damage is limited to the epidermis and extremities of limbs. How is this possible? How is it possible, indeed? The gurney is stained with blood. Some of it seems still wet. There's something wrong with the mirror. The reflection isn't right. Radio. What's going on with that radio? Bunch of medical pamphlets. Tropical diseases. Baby vitamins. Baby vitamins. That sounds really funny. Flu shots. That kind of stuff. Baby vitamins. Banging metal has entered the chat. Yeah. And there's Alessa. Hey Jay, I'm gonna hop off the stream for a bit. The new Reanimal DLC just dropped. Oh, nice, awesome. I might actually have to check that out too at some point. Because I do remember playing Reanimal with my partner. We both played it co-op, and it was pretty fun. But yeah, have fun. Have a great time, and hope to see you soon. Take care. Thank you for joining.
Fire. How did you?
And now we're in the other world.
I'm seeing things. This ain't right.
I'll be back. No worries. Take your time. I got some plastic lungs. Breathe. I got a scalpel. Alrighty. So, I think, like, in juxtaposition to Arkham in the Hospital in the first game, this is not bad at all whatsoever. It's honestly very, very, really quick and easy to navigate and get through, because I believe it's much more scaled back in comparison to the original. A lot of locked doors, as, you know, as any obligatory Silent Hill game is, but it's really easy to navigate this time around when it comes to Arkham in the Hospital. Not really much to go off of this time in Origins, but, you know, not really like gonna lament about that. Let's see. There is the Phoenix egg, right? Golden egg, my bad. Parts of the note are obscured. Worry not, I have used the to contain her power. No one will come to her aid. One of the 5, hide them, protect them. That was actually a cool transition with the mirror. I will say one of the more appealing aesthetics in this game is the mirror function. It's cool. I know when it comes to symbolism, a lot of the Silent Hill games have mirrors as like a point of contention. Especially like in Silent Hill 3, you know how mirrors are such like a huge what is it called? I guess like visual imagery when it comes to that game, when it comes to pertaining to Heather specifically. This heart of mine troubles me with its trembling. To still I have to put it on ice and lock it away. Remember the three beauties who caused it to pump, so are the key. Age before beauty. Okay. Do, 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 do. But yeah, Silent Hill 2 mirrors are also another thing as well. Like how we see Angela like looking at herself in the mirror too. So yeah, no, mirrors play like a pretty interesting subtle role in much of these games, and I think Silent Hill Origins it definitely kind of manifests that and uses it as like a gameplay gimmick when you transition to the other world. There's a death mask on the door. Underneath is a plaque which reads, "Even the blind have need of eyes, if they wish to gaze at the future." There's an oval depression in the door. Underneath is a plaque which reads, "Even in this inferno from out of the flames, I saw life born anew." Can we use the egg? I don't think so just yet. No, we can. Okay. You use the golden egg. Oh shit, alright, well, got another quick time event. Yeah, we will see a lot of these moving forward. Especially if we're just trying to like run past them and avoid any like combat. Having trouble with your anatomy class, find that getting them out is much easier than putting them back in, question mark. Just remember this easy menonomic I'm not even gonna pronounce that. Inside Stevie, little Henry lurks. So I believe it's just intestine, stomach, liver, heart, and lungs. And I believe so far we have 3 out of 5, which we'll find the next one in the I think the bathroom here. Yeah, the cistern lid is loose. Remove it? Sure. Sorry, I don't know if it's me, but I think the game audio overpowers your voice sometimes. Maybe it's just me. It's not you. It's definitely the game audio. This is a really loud game. It's really loud, especially in the other world. It's not just you. We can tinker around with the audio, the volume settings if needed. But it's not just you. This game could be really loud more than necessary. But just let me know, chat. And we'll you know, we'll just have to like work out and work out the little I guess audio, I suppose. But I did put this audio pretty low, but this is a really loud game. I think most people know that, objectively speaking. Amy 31. This is for the, I believe, the ice chest puzzle, I believe. Also, I didn't mean to do that, my bad, sorry about that. Okay, let's keep navigating, shall we? Okay, so, yeah, we were here earlier. Let's go, use the key. Staff lounge key. Here we are. Energy drink. Just all textbooks, reports, and magazines, nothing I need. Lucy 23. Lucy 23. I got a toaster. Oh, I love me a toaster. How yummy. Exam room key. Oh god, whoa, what is, oh, this camera angle. Oh my god, game. Just, there we go, thank you, okay. That was really bad. Construction. As you know, the renovations to the upper floors have run into problems. The plumbing leak and substandard materials used have forced us to close off the third floor until further notice. We are reminded of the familiar adage, you get what you pay for. We now face 6 more months of work, reducing our capacity for the upcoming year, we will have to cut spending on inpatient care and consultancy fees by 50%. Therefore, we ask doctors to refrain from committing patients and encourage home stays instead. Unless they're dying in your arms, don't book them in. Staff party. Worry not, the staff party is still on our recreation budget. Is locked away where no one can tamper. Everyone meet at Annie's bar at 8 p.m. on Friday. Alcohol, medicinal, of course. He says in air quotes. And food will be free. Arrive early to grab a trainee nurse. They go quick. Alright, Alchemy Hospital, I see you. I see you. OMG the fanboy, homaging to Silent Hill, so I can't stand it. It insists upon itself. A lot of the post-Team Silent games have that sort of like Silent 2 coding. And you will definitely see it for sure. Very Silent 2 coded. Absolutely. Alright, I saw that you're already at 42,000.1 subscribers. Congrats. Oh, thank you, Colors. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Looks like the channel's still going alright, I hope. Yeah, it's going alright. The channel has its, its points where, it's stagnant and, it has like its ups and downs, but I just think that's like, like any YouTuber or YouTube channel really. I know our channel is very niche because, for one, we're in the survival horror genre, so it's gonna be niche, especially. But also we cover Silent Hill, and I would say Silent Hill, even though it's had this huge like revival and more people know about it, it's still very niche compared to like its contemporaries like Resident Evil or even like more modern survival horror of nowadays, like mascot horror or like those kind of like horror games that are like more co-op focused. And I think they call it like friend slop, I believe. Just like more, I think, casual going horror games people are more interested in. So yeah, but I mean that's just like expected, and like like I'm okay with that. But yeah, no, the channel's doing all right. I'm actually proud of myself for how the channel has been, moving forward, and hoping to, see the channel flourish as we can continue, videos and coverage of Silent Hill, lore stories, facts, Easter eggs, iceberg videos, and streams as well. So hopefully I can get there one day, where I can just be stable and never have to like worry about the channel like faltering or anything like that. But yeah, um, all I really can say is thank you for the support. It really means a lot to me, guys. Thank you. To all staff, it is forbidden to enter my office unaccompanied until further notice. Dr. Kaufman. That reminds me, like and subscribe. Yeah, thank you, Tippy. Like and subscribe indeed. There's a light box on the wall. Turn it on. Someone has written on the x-ray, it says Sarah 19. You got plastic intestine. I got a plastic stomach. I think we have all the parts, no? 1, 2, 3, 4. We're missing. Oh, we need to get the other part with the ice chest. Yeah, it's for this puzzle right here. The little mannequin, the anatomy doll. We need one more part. Yeah, we need to do the puzzle, which is back in the other worlds. So let's go venture and do that really quickly. It's not this one, right? It's the woman's bathroom. Yeah. I'm gonna enter anyway. You can't stop me. Me if I read that note. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we're pretty much almost done with Alchemy Hospital chat. It's really easy section, especially for like for the beginning of the game. Let's see. I believe this is 2 upstairs. Yeah, here we go. Alright, and let's go solve the ice chest puzzle. I think it's this door, right? No. The one at the far down the hall. Oh, I didn't even know there's a portable TV. Excuse me. Been a long time lurker. Even when I wasn't subbed, and I have to say I love your content. Whether it's streams or regular videos. Heart. Oh, thank you, Lilith. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. I seen you around commenting on live chat sometimes. So yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm glad we're able to, you know, substitute with the videos and the streams as well. I always try whenever I can. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. So if I recall, this is, I think it's just something with like the age being in reverse, right? Is it hurried? No. Or bloody no. The three beauties who cause it to pump are age before beauty. Okay. So I think it's the numbers we saw earlier. So it was like 31, 23, 19. 23, 19. Yeah, so 31, 23, 19, I believe. I want to say 31, 23, 19. Let's see. 31, 23, 19. There we go. Wow. Easy. Yeah, I think a lot of the puzzles in this game are pretty easy too. I think the one that is the most difficult is the one in the asylum portion. I believe that's like probably the roughest part of the game just because of the pacing specifically. But yeah, as you guys can tell, we have a lot of items now. Like in terms of like melee weapons, we have your standard, you know, melee weapon, your throwables. Throwables are like a new, I think, weapon that's introduced. I don't know if it's ever reintroduced in the series per se. Maybe Downpour? I don't know about Origins though. But for example, like we can, you know, like eat this. Yeah, we could just eat the item, or or vice versa. We can just also use it to hit the nurse too. I don't know if it's a one-hit stun that instantaneously encompasses them. I don't recall. It seems like it, but it could depend, maybe and vary depending on the monster in question. Since I think the nurses are the weakest enemies in terms like the beastery, so. Oh, Emily, we're kind of like fluttered a little bit with frame drops there. All right. Let's go back to the other worlds. I'm sorry, the fog worlds. And let's solve the anatomy doll puzzle. Alrighty. Let's see. Wait, do we have to yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have all of them here. So you go there. You go here. You go here. Actually, hold on. Let's put you first. And then we'll put you there. Then we get a creepy little face. The doll's eyes have opened. All the organs have been returned to the doll. Yeah. And we have an item we need to collect. I got some glass eyes. There we go. Alright, let's go back to the other worlds and insert the eyes into the door that we need to do. Hi, Sound Archives in chat. Hi, Vibes of 313. How you doing? How's it going? Sound Archives, what is your real name? My real name is Jay. I think you may have seen people in chat call me Jay, but yeah, Jay's the name I go by. Yeah. Oh, whoa, that was a. Huh. I'm surprised I didn't interact with my hitbox, but okay. I mean, hey, I'll take that. I use the glass eyes. Hi, and hi, chat, how are you? Hey, Desmodus, how you doing? Doing alright, we're playing Silent Origins. We're already about to finish the, first part of the game. She's been cut open and her eyes are missing. What kind of monster could have done this? What kind of monster indeed? Maybe some kind of butcher? I don't know, chat. Some kind of butcher? I don't know. So I believe for the first boss fight, which is the straight jacket, don't know why the straight jacket is introduced as a boss fight in this game, but it is, I guess. You can easily stunlock it if you're quick enough, I believe. So basically we can just, well, shit, my bad. I meant to punch first the straight jacket, but you can easily just unlock it. Just like that, really. And that's kind of it. That's all you really have to do. I would say like the biggest issue for this game in terms of combat is you easily can stunlock enemies such as this, and it's already dead. If I also recall, Origins doesn't have a difficulty mode, I believe. Even after completion, it doesn't really have a difficulty setting. So, you know, that just also kind of factors into like how I would say there's like a lack of innovation to the gameplay, even though, I mean, if you want to like factor the whole like, I guess, I don't know, integration of like the more expansive inventory and plethora of weapons, and also, I guess, kind of more focus on melee combat, really. Sure, but when it comes to like, you know, replay value and replayability, it's not really there per se. I feel like it introduces way too much, and it kind of falters due to how it can be very much overwhelming and doesn't really add on to it. So a lot of the time it feels like gameplay feels very much
Are you okay?
derivative to what it's trying to represent in this
Sorry,
game.
did I startle you? My name is Lisa.
For me, I feel
I'm a
like much of the
trainee
gameplay
here.
is like in spectacle.
Are you waiting for someone?
And sometimes spectacle
No,
could
I'm
be
just-
good, but I think in this
well,
instance, I don't think
I'm
it's
done here.
good per se.
Name's Travis. Nice
Thank
to meet
you. Yeah, of course,
You
vibes.
sure
Yeah,
you're okay?
anytime.
You look a little shaken up.
The way it jumped on you, lol. Yeah, it was a
it's
very
okay. To
interesting
be honest,
way of
I've been a little off all day.
I guess
Wasn't
like
a fire last
what's
night.
what's it called,
It
grappling with
boiled my brain
Travis.
a little.
The fire in
Jay,
the
do you have a
business
favorite Silent
district?
part? I do actually.
awful.
Silent Hill
I
1
heard
and
about
Silent
that.
3, but
No one knows how it got
it
started.
fluctuates. But
And that
personally,
poor girl,
it's
Elizabeth
always been
Gillespie,
Silent Hill
to
1.
die like
I'm sorry,
that.
no, Silent Hill 3. It was
Listen,
Silent Hill 3 for the longest time, but then I just
She
slowly gained like a
Yes.
appreciation for
Sorry,
Silent Hill 1
did you know
over the
her?
years.
No,
So Silent Hill 1
but
is like my favorite,
never
my
mind.
absolute favorite.
Well,
I literally thought you were
I
just
have
gonna
to
say my
run.
name is Jay, I think.
Dr. Kaufman
Like really
wants me to
sarcastically there,
Cedar
lol.
Grove Sanitarium. He'll be mad if I'm
No,
late.
no. I'm not that mean.
Maybe see you
I'm not that
around?
mean. Yeah,
Take
but
it
no,
easy,
I go by Jay.
Travis.
You too, Lisa.
You can call me Jay, you can call me Silent Archives, you can call me Silent, whichever. But I think for the most part, people just call me Jay, I would say, right? Someone locked the door. I'll have to find another way out. Being able to sunlock most of the enemies in this game really takes the fear factor out of everything. Yeah, it really does. It also just kind of, again, like subsides in the more casual, easygoing component that this game has when it comes to the gameplay. I don't think that was ever the intention, obviously. I don't think at all whatsoever. I just think the developers really made it deliberately easy to utilize much of what's given to Travis in terms of the gameplay fundamentals. And that's solely because of just how much it's being really catering and hand-holding to the player when it comes to weapons, especially, and also health items. I think if there was actually like a difficulty setting and they retracted those, you know, set items, then maybe it would have allowed for much more incentive to really strategically plan out how to, you know, progress throughout the gameplay itself in each subsequent setting. Yeah. There's like really like literally like little to no reason to kind of immerse yourself in much of the worlds um of Silent Hill Origins, which is a shame because as an origin story, I think as a player, especially if you're someone that played Silent Hill 1, I think you'd be kind of like, oh wow, this is cool. This is like like I remember because this is from Silent Hill 1, but just rebuilt in a new engine and from like a different perspective. But you don't really feel that with this game. Um, I do like the atmosphere, I do like the vibes, but that's kind of really all I really see it going for it, and that's about it really. I wish this came out on GOG. I agree, Captain Jabber. I wish all the Silent Hill games came out on, modern platforms, really. I really hope one day it does. That'd be really cool. I would love that. I want everyone to experience the Silent Hill games, No bias, no, no nitpicking, no, obligatory Silent Hill 1 through 4, because Team Silent games. I want all the games on PC, or just, modern platforms. That'd be awesome. Just don't call me late to dinner, hee hee. Promise not to. Let's see. There's something here. Jagged wood. Mine too, Silent Hill 1, Heart, and Tear. Can't wait for the remake. Me too, vibes of Me too. Also, do you prefer if I call you just Vibes? Or Vibes of 313? Please feel free to let me know. But yeah, no, Silent Hill 1 is my favorite game of the whole series, really. I have a huge love for that game. It just speaks to me on a spiritual level, I would say. A spiritual, emotional, psychological level, and I think that's like anyone that plays these games, There's that particular Silent Hill game that really meshes well with you, due to personal reasons, I think. And I would say it's just because of how these games are very, humanized. It really, like, humanizes the protagonist, and I feel like, by proxy, and going by like that, I guess, like, intuition, you sort of, like, as the player, can kind of like relate to the protagonist much of the time. So like Harry, James, Heather, Henry, maybe, etc. Yeah, I just love Silent Hill, chat. I just love Silent Hill so much. I got me. So yeah, we are here in the butcher shop. A lot of meat going around here. How yummy. If we call you Silent J, I think we might be infringing on copyright with Kevin Smith. That's the first I've heard about that. That's the first I've heard about that, but I hope we don't have any copyright anytime soon with that. I'd rather avoid that. Also, this is the Butcher. This is one of the main monsters, arguably the, I guess, I don't know, like parallel to Travis. In the post-Team Sound games, you'll see a lot of monsters that are parallels to the protagonist. So in this game, it's the Butcher. It's meant to be a parallel to Travis. In Silent Hill Homecoming, Pyramid Head, it refers to Pyramid Head as the Boogeyman, but really we know it's just Pyramid Head. Unapologetically Pyramid Head. Shadow Memories, thankfully not. It just does its own thing, and we appreciate that. And in Downpour, it's the Boogeyman again, but just in a different sort of context, different like framework in terms of like appearance and design, and I guess like meaning, symbolism, really, themes. We will see as we go through, the games, really. This game, the Butcher, is meant to be a representation of Travis, but it doesn't really do the best job to establish that, because you wouldn't really know if you get the bad ending, unless you get the bad ending. The bad ending gives the implications that Travis may have a more sociopathic side to him, due to all the sort of ruthless killings he does with the various monsters in game. And that just goes to show that he has like a much more, not sociopathic, I'm sorry, psychopathic side to him. And that's what the Butcher is supposed to represent, but I don't think the game does like a really great job at, maybe not necessarily establishing that, but really like leaning into that, It's like, okay, cool, that's an interesting like, establishment that you're trying to, I guess, derive to the player, but I'd rather, you like show me more, not, you don't have to like tell me, but just show me more of that. and the game doesn't really do like the best job. Someone has written on the ticket, she's asleep now. Who's asleep? Someone in the car? Is someone in the car asleep? What's your favorite from these Western quadrilogy? Silent Hill Shattered Memories. I love Shattered Memories a lot. It's definitely the most unique, I would say. I would say it's the most underrated entry, which is ironic because it has little to nothing to do with the traditional gameplay that you would see, and you know, the more traditional Silent Hill, I guess, entries themselves, really. But I think it just goes to show how well Shattered Memories works by doing its own thing, and even though it may not be Silent Hill, I would say like in traditionally, like how we are accustomed to, in essence, it does kind of, you know, provoke much of that Silent Hill feeling, maybe in terms of vibes and atmosphere, but I would say like they did such a great job that, you know, it's able to kind of like distinguish itself and also kind of distance itself really from the more traditional Silent Hill gameplay and narrative and storytelling themes really, that you wouldn't really see with that game. It does touch more on the psychological component. I would even say much more deliberately with the interaction that you would have with the psych profile. Psych profile is like one of the bigger points that the game really wants to be provocative about to the player. That really touches upon, in a way, like a commentary on, you know, like the more like human psyche, and I really like that about Silent Hill Shattered Memories. When we play that game, we'll definitely like talk more about that too. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's just how the characters were written, the atmosphere, the vibes, the gameplay especially. I love like any combat in any of the games, but I think Shattered Memories does something really intuitive there that really feels refreshing in some way. But yeah, I would say out of the Western quadrilogy, for sure Shattered Memories, like objectively speaking. I genuinely like love playing that game whenever you know, it comes to like maybe like my annual playthroughs of these games. It's always like a really chill and relaxing time. In a way, it kind of like allows like incentive to maybe like take a break, you know? Maybe sometimes you kind of like want to like disengage from the more traditional Silent Hill and, you know, kind of like immerse yourself in something new. But yeah. Anyways, I think I'm gonna head out now, Jay, so talk to you later. No worries, Zenny. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you for joining us per usual. Always a great time and pleasure to have you on for streams. Yeah, hope to talk to you soon. Take care. Guys, I think Jay loves Silent Hill. I think I may have a love for this little series called Quiet Mountains. It's actually really unique, chat. I think you would love it. Anyways, we are here at the sanitarium. I'm sorry, I always call it the asylum, but no, it's called the sanitarium. Whatever you prefer, vibes is fine, Jay. Thanks for your content, brother. Oh, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Man, sorry about that. But yeah, no, anytime. Just want to be considerate is all. Anytime. So this is, objectively speaking, to me, probably like the most frustrating part of the game is navigating throughout the asylum, or sorry, sanitarium. It could be very cumbersome in a way, just because of how much meticulous backtracking there is. I got the target pistol. Look at that doll, chat. Look at that doll in its PS1 graphic glory. Gotta love it. Is Sound Memories better on the Wii, or is the PS2 version just as good? Oh, do you mean Sound Memories? I would say you can't go wrong with either version. I think the only, I guess like the only fallback when it comes to Shattered Memories is you're not really, I think, gaining the proper experience in question if you're not playing on the Wii, because Shattered Memories was made specifically for the Wii, and that's because of the motion controls. Shattered Memories' gameplay foundation is solely based off of interacting with the environment. So when you play on the Wii, you have the Wiimote and the Wii Nunchuck, and you're supposed to, you know, purpose that for much of the gameplay you would find in Shadow Memories. So that's sort of like the best in terms of experience you're gonna get, that the developers had in mind. But you're not gonna go wrong with the PS2 version or the PSP version. I think they service just as well. Um, whenever we play Shadow Memories, we play on the PCSX2, but that's solely because when it comes to the Dolphin emulator, I don't think we've ever really tried. That's just because I don't have the controls to go about doing that. But maybe one day we should. I think that'd be kind of fun, actually. Dr. Harris, our magpies have been at it again. This time, they swallowed the damn keys for archives. Hey, that's us. We're archives in the basement. Don't worry. Gary has taken Mr. Magpie to the TB ward, and I'm taking Mrs. Magpie to the hydrotherapy. We'll make them spit the keys out. This job would be great if it weren't for the patients, Clem. Alright, I guess we're going to the ward, huh? I guess we're gonna go there. I got a baton. It's a shame that only popular games get remakes when really it's the lower rated games that desperately need it more. It's kind of ironic in essence, isn't it? This is me. Yeah. Um, and the sad thing is much of the Western Silent games have a really mixed negative, leaning more negative, negatively speaking, when it comes to like the reception. And I think when it comes to remakes and the possibility of Origins or um, Homecoming, Shattered Memories, and Downpour ever getting remakes, I don't think that's ever going to really happen. I don't think necessarily for Shattered Memories because it's a reimagining per se off of Silent Hill 1, and I think it'd be kind of actually kind of funny to see not only Silent Hill 1, the original, get a remake, well, now that we know of because of Blooper Team, but seeing Shatter Memories, which is a reimagining of the original, get a get a remake, is that's kind of a mouthful, isn't it? Yeah, it'd be kind of funny to see that, but I highly doubt it would ever get one. But I think just given the track record with these games and how they probably, you know, sold in terms of uh, you know, the marketing, I don't think that's ever going to happen, unfortunately. Just solely because of the reception. But it would be interesting, wouldn't it? It really would be. Status report, March 12th, 1960, patient Mrs. Blank Blank, age 34, examining doctor, Dr. Harris. Notes, patient continues to harbor strong fantasies and a violent persecution complex. Her moods can swing from calm to violent aggression in a short time, which has led to her being moved to the seclusion wing. She becomes particularly violent during the occasional visits from her husband, demanding that she be allowed to see the child. We have taken the precautionary step of adding Epolonium to Mrs. Blank, medication to prevent her violent outbursts. Unlike having to sedate patients, but when she is aggressive, is as much of a danger to herself as to her visiting husband and the staff. Excuse me. Come on, guys, we need more viewers here. Get your family to join Jay's stream, haha. Thank you, colors. We have 100 viewers, which I think is quite a lot of people. I mean, hey, that counts, right?
You were at the
Thank you for
fire.
all the
I
viewers
saw
tuning
you
in.
there.
I noticed
Of course you
recently we've had a huge
That was
influx of
my
viewers.
house, burning.
Consistently 100
My daughter.
when it comes to streams as of lately. So thank you guys
You
so
were the
much.
one who saved her.
Kind of
Yeah.
flabbergasted,
She was
but
your daughter?
very much grateful.
Why
So
did
thank
you
you
leave
guys.
her?
Appreciate it.
Why did no one help? You all left that girl to burn.
So we did.
Silent
The world
memories,
is
lol. I
stranger
meant
than you
shattered. You're
You're
okay.
crazy. What happened to
When
her?
will you do Downpour?
Lisa
Question
said she
mark.
was dead.
We are
Alessa
going.
is
We're
with
going to do
those who
Downpour
care
after
for.
what is it called?
Do
Shadow
not trust her,
Memories. We're
Travis.
playing the
She does not know
series.
what she is doing.
Well, in a
How do you know my
marathon.
name?
So we're marathoning on the
answer
mainline
me.
games. So we're going by the
You're
release
all
order.
crazy.
So after this game, we will be doing Homecoming. After Homecoming, we will be doing Shattered Memories, and then after Shattered Memories, we will be doing Downpour. In that order. So just in chronological order of the game's release. Hopefully that answers your question, Ezra. Anyways, there's Dahlia. There's younger Dahlia. There's some stuff here that we can get. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff actually. We have so much stuff. So much stuff. Although I tried doing Homecoming with mouse and keyboard and it's hell. Funny you mention that, North of anything, because we will be playing Homecoming with mouse and keyboard on PC. So that should be interesting to say the least. We will be doing the port. We will be doing the native PC port. But that should be okay because I actually do have the mod applied from I think last year, and that does actually give a lot of quality of life improvements to that to the PC port with the mod. So we should be fine. We should be good to go. But yeah, should it is quite the it's quite intrusive, isn't it, when it comes to playing Homecoming with mouse and keyboard, huh? It is quite frustrating, I would say. Let's see. There we go. What Silent game do you have the most hours on? Um, that's a good question. I've played so much of the quadrilogy solely because of videos. But I think the most in terms of hours, um, I think if I'm going based off of my track record when it comes to videos on particular Silent Hill games, probably Silent Hill 2. I've done a lot of content on Silent Hill 2, and I could definitely attest to that when I look back at my backlog of content I've done so far. But I would say Silent Hill 2. If not Silent Hill 2, then definitely Silent Hill 1, for sure. Also, I could just look at my Steam. It's definitely Silent Hill 2 the original and Silent Hill 2 remake. For sure. I would say that those are probably the most hours I put in a Silent Hill game, but I'm not going off of casual playthrough, like on my own time. It's more so due to videos, I would say. If not Silent Hill 2, then definitely Silent Hill 1. For sure. Much more Silent Hill 1 content to come, especially with the recent remake. I'm so excited to cover Silent Hill 1 again. I'm really, really excited. That should be a fun time. Good evening, Jay and Chat. Hey, what's up, Happy Grass Man? How you doing? How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Thanks on Origins today. XD. You should do a tier list video of all the Silent Hill games. I thought about that. This is me. I have thought about that. I've also thought of doing a tier ranking of all the games on stream too. If that's an incentive we have in question. So yeah, let me know, chat. We could definitely do that for sure. But I would definitely love to do a tier ranking one day. I have a lot of ideas for videos. I just haven't really gotten to them yet as of lately. But definitely sometime soon for sure. Where'd you come from? And I've got past the Scarlet boss, lol. Yeah, the Scarlet boss. That could be a pretty rough boss too, especially with the inputs as well. The iframes especially. Oh my god, the iframes. Yeah, that boss could be quite hell. Out of use. In light of the recent accident, I am barring the use of the Iron Lung equipment. Iron Lung, like the movie? Like the game? No, I'm just kidding. This applies to all staff, including senior nurses. Patient deaths during therapy are not to be treated lightly. I find it hard to believe that someone could accidentally, quote unquote, overload every valve on the equipment and so until the inquiry has concluded. I must assume the equipment itself is at fault. These precautions are essential. We owe a duty of care to all of our patients, even the difficult ones, Dr. Harris. Looks like the control panel for the Iron Lung. Take a look. Take a look. In the kitchen, you can find it no more. No more Fritos, no more Twinkies. If you guys get that reference, I appreciate you. I'd be genuinely surprised if someone did. Okay. So if I recall, this kind of reminds me of that one puzzle from RE2 Remake a little bit. There we go. Something got spat out of the Iron Lung. What could it possibly be? It's a basement key. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Let's see. I don't think there's anything else we can do in here. Looks like this hasn't been used in a long time. It would appear so, Travis. It would appear so. Do you have a Silent Hill t-shirt or anything, Jay? No Silent Hill shirts. I don't really wear I would say clothing that has any form of iconography or branding. I am very minimalist when it comes to not just clothing, but just in general. So yeah, so like I think when you tune in for streams, you'll definitely see me wearing like V-necks, usually like in gray, dark gray, or just like gray, or Henley t-shirts or Henley long sleeves. That's just my, preference of choice when it comes to clothing. My color pattern would definitely be like black, dark gray, or gray. Yeah. Definitely like my color pattern for sure. Iron Lung mention? Iron Lung mention, yeah. I actually have not seen Iron Lung. I meant to go see it when it was first dropping in theaters, but I heard it's really good. I heard it's pretty good. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Let's go to the basement, chat. Let's go to the basement. Let's go see what's in the basement. There's so much stuff we're getting, We're gonna be good for days. We're eating good. We are eating well. Travis will never starve. Alright, here we go. We're in the basement. I don't think my mouse registered the QuickTime events fast enough. Ah, I see. I don't blame you. Homecoming could be really frustrating for sure. Speaking of frustrating, we are in the part of the sanitarium where we will be backtracking quite a bit and get lost in the sauce. And I don't say that ironically, but I genuinely mean that. Unironically. Let's see. There's a lot to go around here. But yeah, chat, how are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? We're almost 2 hours into the stream. How have you guys been enjoying the stream so far? Hope you guys have been having a great time. It's been nice to go back and play Origins, admittedly. Not my favorite, but it is quite a fun time with you guys. Let's see. I don't recall really where to go. There's a lot going on here. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, so we're definitely not here. Let's see if we can maybe avoid. Nice. Got the jukies. Got the jukes down. I've always loved Travis's run cycle. It is a pretty fun run cycle, isn't it? We got the little spin. Works just as well. We are still alive and well. Glad to hear, Colors. Glad to hear. Okay, so I don't think we necessarily need to go down the hall just yet. With the, I think it's the, this is the straight jacket. I forgot what the big monster's name is called. Not Carcass. Carry-On? Caravan? I think it's the Carry-On. I believe so. Do you like black jeans or blue jay? I prefer black jeans. For a time though, when I was younger in high school, I used to wear blue jeans. This may be hard to hear, chat, but I have not worn shorts in over a decade. I used to wear shorts for a time. I used to wear shorts when I was younger, but not anymore. I generally have not worn shorts probably since I was in high school. It's been so many years. It would probably feel very weird to me to wear shorts again. Yeah. But no, I'm a jeans person. I'm a jeans person. Definitely, definitely not shorts. Definitely not shorts. Billy Jeans, hee hee. Yeah. Okay, let me double check, just in case we're missing anything. Because there's a lot to go around here in the sanitarium. You can easily see us being like in here for an hour, I would say, if we don't know what we're doing. But I think we should be fine with some backtracking and remembrance. We were in IC4, that was a mirror room. Same? Nice. Got some jean stands, I see. There's a save. Okay, we do need to actually interact with this too. Not rocking shorts even around the house? No. No. I know. I know. I probably sound crazy. There's a drainage control here. Should I press the button? Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not a shorts person. Even if there's like incentive because of like the summer heat, I don't have shorts. I don't wear shorts. I just don't. I don't at all. I wear longer jean shorts all year round, lol, unless pants are required for whatever reason, it's shorts. That's fair. I respect people who wear shorts. I wish I could wear shorts. It's just not my thing. I think it's just because I don't like my skin being revealed. Maybe it's like a sensory thing. It's kind of like when I wear socks. I don't like wearing socks. It just feels really uncomfortable to me. So I definitely think it's like a sensory thing. And I think for like a lot of neurodivergent people, sensory overload is like a huge thing. And likewise, that can also be when it comes to clothing. So for me, like when it comes to clothing, I don't like wearing socks much, only if it's like out and about when I'm, you know, in public. But when I go home, or when I am home, I prefer to be barefoot. It just feels much more better to me, personally. Jay, which part has the best soundtrack in your opinion? Yamaoka's, of course. Ah, man, that's a good question, too. I love all of the soundtracks, personally. I guess when it comes to, like, the games, I don't know. If I'm going off of what I listen to the most, probably Silent Hill 3. I really love Silent Hill 3 soundtrack. I love its more melancholy undertones and I guess like beats and just overall approach when it comes to the music itself. I don't know, it just kind of gravitates towards me, really. I love Silent Hill 3 soundtrack, probably out of all of them. How about you? I hate socks that come right off at home. Yeah, see, exactly. There you go. Who let the dogs out, lol? I definitely did, that's for sure. Alright, let's get out of here. I hate wearing jeans or anything denim. It's too uncomfortable for me. That's fair, Pain. Also, hi, Pain. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're playing Origins. Silent Hill Oranges. Silent Hill Oranges. When it comes to some people's faces, some faces just look less appealing if they have too much facial hair. The player character have enough facial hair to make it work for him. Are you referring to Travis? That's what I'm assuming, at least. I also hate wearing socks too. I probably only prefer to wear socks. Maybe if it's really cold, but even then, I actually do like when it's cold and I like to have like my feet like exposed. It just feels really nice, you know? Feels really nice. Oh shit, wow, okay, that was really rude of you. Ow, okay, wow, that's really rude. Really rude, actually. I just want to get my items. Just for that? Just for that? You get the Glock. You get the Glock. Ow. Yeah, there you go. You big meanie. You big ol' meanie. I will say though, one really cool thing is the little finishers. Unk alert! What is this? Thank you, Egg World, for the Unk alert. Thank you for the, thank you for that. Thank you for the gift. The 440 joules. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I gotta get a notification. I don't know if there's a notification that goes off. But thank you so much for the joules. Travis have the correct amount of facial hair to make him look attractive. Some truckers look good with a short beard. I don't know if it's like a stereotype. Correct me if I'm wrong. Excuse my ignorance, but I think most truckers have like a facial like a beard going, I guess. I don't know. I think that's like the common stereotype, right? I don't know. I can't pick one LOL. They all sound awesome. Heart, yeah. My clothing style is usually the sandals of an anime shirt and shorts even on a cold day. That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that clothing style. Feels really relaxing. All right, chat. I think right now, chat, is a good time for break. So let's explore these rooms really quickly, and we'll call break, and then we'll come back.
Oh God, Helen. My dear Helen. You really are dead. What will I do?
Look at all these weapons, chat. Oh my goodness. Wow, this is a lot, huh? So much going on here, huh? Okay. Yeah, let's search the rooms really quickly, and then we'll call break, and then we'll come back in a little. Let's see. I think we'll just chill here for now. All right, let's call break, chat. Yeah, let's take break. We'll take like 5 to 10 minute break, and then we'll come back and continue more of Origins. And yeah, until then, chat, please, by all means, do what you need to do. Get some water, get some refreshments, snacks, food, breakfast, lunch, dinner, wherever you are in the world. Quick stretch. I'm gonna have some stretches and exercise. Maybe like walk a little bit, whatever you need to do. We'll be back very momentarily, very shortly. Until then, please enjoy some relaxing, calm ambience. See you very shortly, chat. See you very soon. there, everyone. Hi, welcome back. Hello there. Hope you guys enjoyed break. Apologies if I was gone for a little bit more than usual. I had to bring in the trash cans in since today was trash collection day. So yeah, so I had to go do that very quickly. But we are back once again for more Silent Hill Origins. How are you guys doing today? Hope you guys had a good break. Got your refreshments, maybe food, a little bit of a quick stretch. And yeah, we are continuing more of Silent Hill Origins. How you guys doing? How's it going, chat room? Hope you guys having a great time. Let's see. So here are more of the stray jackets. I believe we need to collect the key, right? And it's gonna be down here, I believe. Is it this room? No, we have to go through the mirror, if I recall. Yeah, okay. Let's double check really quickly before we do anything else. Just so we can bear our surroundings. Okay, that's rude of you. Making me use my health items already. When I do not want to. I think it's just locked. Yeah, they're locked. Okay, no worries. Alright, just because you hit me, dealt damage to me. Same applies to you too. Can we do a finisher? There we go. And same applies to you too. There we go. Nice. Quick and easy. Just how I like it. I see Happy Grass Man has a drink. Nice. You have water, maybe Coke, maybe soda. Silent Hill where the rare oranges are farmed in the other world. Absolutely. Bring me my son. Well, I don't know who you're referring to. Ominous, bloody message on the floor. The toilet locks. The toilet locks. The toilet looks blocked. There's a metal ringing in the pipe. Sounds like something is stuck. Should I flush it out or should I flush it? Sure. The toilet has been flushed. Well, chat, at least we know Travis is very hygienic. We know that he flushes, which is good. He's not like a certain Silent Hill protagonist who likes to put his hands in pee-pee poo-poo water. I love how it's just like the running gag now. Just James is seen as like this disgusting, unhygienic person, whilst like the rest of the protagonists are just really clean and proper. I love that little running gag we have going. Let's see. Okay, more nurses. Let's see, chat. Let's see. This is this isn't new, I believe, right? This is, I think, no, this is new. This is new. We haven't been here before, I believe. This is completely new. I got a baton. What else do we have here? A lamp. Wow. Given how much just appliances and inanimate objects and furniture Travis is collecting, he could literally like purpose all of this for like a new like house to move into. Bro is literally living the dream. I got the patient belonging key. Cool. Ice cold water. Nice. I love that. We love water. Water is the best drink you can possibly have. We love a good glass of water, especially if it's ice cold. Someone left their doll. I'll leave it here in case someone's looking for it. Oh, that's sweet of you, Travis. Travis seems like a pretty sweet, swell guy, doesn't he? I'm cooking noodles on a rainy day. Oh, I love that. That sounds like an absolute vibe, Pain. I love that for you. Make sure to save noodles for people in the chat, in case they're hungry. The door is sealed shut. Someone has written across it. The message reads, Dr. Harris has the key. He is the key. Is this an item? This is an item. It's a typewriter. This unlocks the stairs to the stairwell, which is previously somewhere we couldn't go until now. Alright, cool. Alright, it's kind of coming back to me a little bit. It's kind of coming back to me a little bit. I see a sad James. Why are we sad James, Desmodus? Is it because he has pee pee poo poo hands? Travis is not like the other truckers. He's not like the other truckers. He's not like other guys. He's just so different, you know? He's just really different. Okay. This should be the right way. Most video game problems would be solved if an engineer or a mechanic is in it. They would be able to fix most objects within reason and not need to backtrack. Probably. You make a good point. Maybe we should get like a Silent Hill protagonist who's like an engineer or mechanic. See how they would use their time in Silent Hill. Maybe it would be effective, who knows? Okay, well now I'm getting lost in the sauce again, chat. Now I'm getting lost in the sauce. Let's see, I know we're supposed to be here, but just because it's really easy to get lost here. The belongings key, patient belongings room. Okay, I think we need to go to the, foyer? Is it the foyer? Let's see, yes, we do. Okay. I don't know why, but the shadowy monster figures remind me, whenever they scream, they remind me of the COD zombies, like, scream or whatever. Like, this, whenever the zombies scream, it's really weird. Nostalgic, even, in a way. My mother's horse was called Travis. He sadly passed away in February. I'm sorry for your loss, Peculiar. I'm sorry. That must be really hard for your mom, but I hope all is well with her and her grieving. Hopefully you guys are in a better place now when it comes to that tragedy. My condolences. Hey, first time chatter. Hope Townfall is good. It looks interesting. Plus, it's in my neck of the woods. LOL. Oh, hey, welcome to the stream, Pellet Goblin. Welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Yeah, we'll see how Townfall is when it comes to its release. I'm definitely looking forward to it. I'm very much invested to see how it holds up as a Silent Hill entry. I definitely have my thoughts and reservations, and I imagine like likewise a lot of people do too. But I can't wait to sink my time into it with you guys on stream, and also when I make videos on it too as well. Should be an interesting time. Status report, February 7th, 1961. Patient Mrs. Blank Blank. Age 35. Examining Dr. Harris. Examining Dr. Harris. Is examining Dr. Harris? I don't know why that was a mouthful. Notes, Mrs. Blank condition has degraded dramatically in the last few months. Her fantasies of a mirror world have become more acute, and she spends more and more time in an apparent catatonic state. She claims that during this time she's in the other world. She now has full recollection of her attack on her son, but shows no remorse for the incident. Indeed, she seems proud, almost smug, of her attempted filicide. I am worried that this behavior could be a side effect of the increased dose of epolinium that the patient has been prescribed. I have asked for her dose to be halved and hope to see positive results shortly. Travis, he's just built different to survive Silent Hill. He's just built different. Bro goes knuckles first when it comes to fighting. No other Silent Hill protagonist like him. He's just got that trucker in him. I didn't notice he looked sad all, but yeah. Yeah. Yeah, gotta love the emotes. Gotta love the custom emotes. I was a huge fan of F, but I'm skeptical of Townfall, lol. That's fine. I imagine a lot of people have their skepticism for Townfall. I think one of the more marginal issues of Townfall is in terms of its design. Much of its design feels very catered to a more simplistic and safe approach that feels like it definitely has something to tell, but it doesn't really feel like it's providing enough substance there than what it's actually, has when it comes to its intentions. Or maybe the themes, the symbolism, the narrative, the character designs, um, the latter, I feel like it's very safe, and there's nothing wrong with playing things safe, but knowing Silent Hill as a franchise, it definitely does things that are very methodical, very, I would say, progressive when it comes to its social commentary. Sometimes I would even say very, very bold, audacious even. Um, you can definitely find that with the storytelling, such as Alessa Gillespie and her, her pain and suffering when it's come to the more sexual and, force impregnated themes, that are very, very volatile and explicit in nature. But I think given the time frame, that was very, bold, when it came to, like, themes you would see like in horror games, which you would have ever seen during that time. Very, very bold, for them to do something like that, Same with like Angela as a character, this very tragically deeply rooted character with a background of being a, SA survivor, obviously through, subtle means, when the game, needs to kind of express that through the other world and the visual imagery that is very, provocative, but also very powerful in a way, and haunting even. Just kind of approaches to that where I feel like Silent Hill is really well known in making that, a statement of intent, to the player, to the most subtle but also, most powerful means when it comes to its, theming, and, that being rooted deeply in the storytelling of each specific and respective character, I would say. And likewise also like Heather Mason too, when it comes to her characterization that is seen from Silent Hill 1 and that being built up and, repurposed, or I'm sorry, continued in Silent Hill 3 as well, likewise. Um, her past reincarnations and that sort of being like a byproduct of her, and her having to kind of like, manifest that, but also being a victim of that too with her loss of innocence. So, it doesn't necessarily have to be in that framework, but it's just the I would say, the idea of, being able to express that, in this psychological horror, which is what made it very memorable, I think, for a lot of like Silent Hill games, but even players too that grew up with those games as well, likewise. And, I feel like, Townfall definitely will have something to tell, but my biggest fear of that game is that it's backpedaling on prior, um, I'm sorry, pre-established themes that are seen from, as much as I don't want to say it's Silent Hill 2, because there's a lot of comparisons there, due to the psychological theming, the whole like, health, themes as well. Literally, like one of the characters, Zoe, looks like almost like a word for word recreation of Mary, which I imagine is not the intention, but I don't know. When you look at the interviews with, No Screen Burn, the developers for Townfall, they did make it a point, they made it a very appointed, that they took a lot of influence from Silent Hill 1 and 2. I would argue Silent Hill 2 in terms of like storytelling, narratively speaking. So yeah, I don't know, but we'll have to wait and see, I imagine. I'm back, noodles are done. Nice. Ramen, top ramen. Gotta love the ramen. I'm back. Send noodles are done. Yeah. Thank you. My mother has a new horse called Charlie. He's a funny horse. Is it a reference off of Charlie the Unicorn? If for those unaware, that was like a huge thing, like in the 2000s, like early like YouTube 2000s. Charlie the Unicorn. That's something that I haven't thought of in years. Attending officers report, November 4th, 1959. IN number, identity number maybe, VA 454510. When I arrived at the blank house, assuming Gillespie house, the ambulance was already at the scene. The neighbor, Mr. Bryant, who first called in the incident, had restrained Mrs. Blank, and the paramedics were attending to the child. The husband, Mr. Blank, had not yet arrived from back from his place of work. When I arrived at the blank house, the ambulance was already at the scene. The neighbor, Mr. Bryant, who first called in the incident, had restrained Mrs. Blank, and the paramedics were attending to the child. The husband, Mr. Blank, had not yet arrived from his place of work. Thanks to Brian's intervention, the gas had been turned off and the house ventilated. This is referring to the Gillespie house fire, or incident, I suppose. There was still a strong smell, and I deemed it necessary. I'm sorry, no. That's not what this is referring to. This is referring to Travis specifically in his backstory. My bad. Called the fire department as a precaution. It appeared that Mrs. Blank had attempted to gas herself and her child. When I spoke to the suspect, Mrs. Blank, she was uncooperative, and she seemed enraged. She demanded I release her so she could kill the devil child. She was clearly not in control of her mind. Mr. Bryant commented that the several times in the previous weeks, he had heard loud arguments and screams from the house. He said Helen has not been well for a while. So this is referring to Travis's mother, and her descent into madness due to her being, I don't know, maybe like in the psychosis state of her seeing like the delusions of the other worlds, much like what Travis is seeing right now. This is sort of like the game's kind of excuse to allow Travis to immerse himself in the other world, much like any Silent Hill protagonist would too. Serving as like this connection to Silent Hill, really. But also the connection and the theming of him being like a psychopath because of his mother's like deteriorating mental state as well, her deteriorating psyche. The game hasn't revealed yet that important contextual clue to his characterization, but this is just in service of sort of Travis's connection to Silent Hill, really. Yeah, you can also see a lot of parallels to Silent Hill 1, specifically like Alessa Gillespie, Travis, the house fire, the Gillespie house fire as well. Those specific, I would say, components really. So yeah, a lot of like paralleling to kind of like reinforce that. I felt the original Silent Hill 2 handled the beast so well for its time when they could have been off of it. Yeah, the Silent Hill games from Team Silent did a really amazing job at really crafting these commentaries on the more societal standards, or maybe just like society in a general sense, with themes that we discussed previously that I don't think horror games are ready to really tackle, but they did, and it's one of the more, I would say, notable foundations that you see in those previous games that really gravitated to a lot of players and really, meshed with them. It really kind of left like this sort of impression on you that maybe left you haunted, but also made you think for yourself as to what the commentary is trying to express to you, and I love when like horror games, not just Silent Hill, but just horror games have something to tell, and it leaves this everlasting effect on you that makes you think, maybe constructively or critically, emotionally, just many different types of subject matters that really like gravitate to you as a player. And I always really like valued that, and that's especially seen in in these games specifically. And it's why I love Silent Hill, because it really humanizes its characters, and maybe in some aspect the player too, as well. Is this a game worth playing compared to the others? I would say if you're going to play the Silent Hill games, I think it's really easy to have bias on the Team Silent games, and for good reason. They're really great games that hold up really well to this very day. But I would say if you're someone who's new to the franchise, never let, I guess, like past judgment cloud the sort of notion that you may have of maybe having curiosity of playing the later games. And when I say later games, I mean like post-Team Silent games such as, for example, Silent Hill Origins or Silent Hill Shattered Memories, Silent Hill Homecoming or Downpour. I would say, much like anything, it doesn't hurt to try it at the very least, like at least like once, you know. It's like trying like food, you know. It doesn't hurt to try like at the very least once in your life, right? And depending like on how you feel with that food, the food metaphorically speaking being, you know, the post-Team Silent games, then, you know, you either like it or you don't. And, you know, at the end of the day, at least you tried. At least you tried it, right? And that's all that matters. So yeah, but I would give it a shot, really. Archives key. Hey, that's us, chat. That's us. That is us. Let's see. So I know we have to go back to the upper floor. So let's go do that. Damn, I missed the opening retcons. Hey, what's up, Torshak? Yeah. You did miss it. Yeah. It's also an explanation for the mirror crap and how the nightmare was always there. Thanks, Sam Barlow. Thanks, William Martell. Retcon and Recycling Tunnel too. Yeah. Gotta love our retcons and that establishing this whole foundation of inconsistencies and you know, contrivances, plot contrivances. Yeah. That was definitely like a huge point of contention for the post-Team Silent games, specifically this game when it came to being a prequel. Yeah, people are still arguing over the boiler room incident to this very day. Yeah. I had more excitement for F last year, but Townfall not so much. Yeah, it's really interesting how just in terms of aesthetics and vibes and just the overall presentation for much of Silent Hill games, at least I guess like the more modern contemporaries like Silent Hill F as you stated, how that can maybe like, you know, be something worthwhile to someone, but then Townfall comes out and it's like, I'm not really feeling it, you know? And again, like this comes down to the developers like interpretation of how they, you know, view and see fit for like their idea of Silent Hill, I suppose. So, yeah, you know, every Silent Hill has like its own, you know, I would say again, like its design that will either compel you or not so much. For one's health, grounding pads, box flower remedies. Like Henry, damn. Play Book of Memories if you want to laugh and feel pain at the same time. I think last stream we talked about Book of Memories and I think we joked about it too. But I also was like kind of semi-serious of actually playing it. But that would have to be like a crowd fund to to make me play that game on stream. PS Vitas are, I think, not too expensive nowadays, but they definitely can go for quite a lot though. Unfortunately, the PS Vita emulator, I think it's called Vita 3K, it can't run nor emulate Silent Hill Book of Memories to like a playable state, unfortunately. I think it only plays to the intro, and that's kind of it. So, unfortunately, yeah. Can't really play that game other than having the original hardware. Excuse me. I bought the DLC for Book of Memories just so I can play as James. I would be surprised if people did that too. To also play as like the Heather skin as well. Yeah. The Deaf Memory, no, and Tom Hewlett writing lore against his detractors was something about the game. Yeah. It's always interesting that, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to much of like the lore, I guess like, components when it comes to the post-Team Silent games, it seems like it's out of spite sometimes, you know? Sometimes it feels like it's out of an animosity. And that could definitely be translated to Silent Hill Shattered Memories. Because I believe, was it Sam Barlow? The director for, I think it was Sam Barlow, right? He basically made Shattered Memories out of spite for the bad ending in Silent Hill 1, because he just didn't like it. Which is quite the, quite something, to say the least. But yeah. I can't imagine wanting to create a Silent Hill game out of spite for, you know, because of the prior games, which are beloved and put on a pedestal, mind you. But, I mean, hey, to each of everyone's own, I guess, right? Okay, I don't think we can go really anywhere else here. I just want to double check just to make sure. Okay, nope. Okay, okay, just want to make sure. Although you got me wanting to play all the Sonic games now. Gotta start with Origins, then work my way up the Downpour. Yeah, absolutely, man. Go for it. Go for it. Absolutely. Never anything wrong playing with the playing past the Team Silent games. I know the Team Silent games are held on a pedestal, which, you know, as they should be. They're really great games, but it doesn't hurt to try, you know, something new, something different. Even if these games do have like mixed, leaning more towards negative receptions, you know. In many ways, a lot of the Silent Hill fans found Silent Hill through these games, really. And in some ways, like, these games did do something good, and that was to introduce new players who never got to play the original games, introduced to the series. And, you know, ironically, that's what the modern Silent Hill games are doing as well. Like, they're introducing new players to this franchise, and, you know, the interest is absolutely there. And we see that in real time, with each subsequent entry that's released, on an annual basis, it seems like, moving forward. So in a way, it does something good. It does that at the very least, you know, which I think, like, from like a subjective standpoint, I think that's like at the very least good when it comes to kind of like, you know, allowing that sort of segue into the series and franchise. So how much money would you want to play Book of Memories LOL? I would say enough funds to buy a PS Vita, buy a Book of Memories, or, well, I don't necessarily have to buy like the retail copy and buy like a proprietary like PS Vita memory card because of the modding scene. The modding scene for the PS Vita is absolutely just incredible. If there's one thing that has that handheld system going for it, it's the modding scene. Absolutely amazing. Like, I could see myself playing that like all day. Yeah, but definitely like enough funds for that at the very least. Did we come through here? I don't remember. No, we didn't. This is loading to a new area. Okay, let's go back to the mirror room just to double check. Hit millions of subs to play Book of Memories. Just kidding. I don't think this channel will ever hit 1,000,000 subs. That sounds like a pipe dream that will never happen. Not me like disparaging myself of ever having that happen one day. I don't think that's ever gonna happen, and like that's fine. I'd rather stay more smaller as a content creator, if anything. 100,000 though, I can see that maybe happening one day. James and Heather as unlikable douchebag teenagers from obscure games. Why just why? What? What do you mean? I still have my PSP and PS Vita. They're cool systems. I love those systems. I love my PS Vita. Well, when I had one, I remember playing that a lot when I was a kid, when I was in high school, or middle school actually. Manhunt 2 was cool too on the PSP. So I've heard, yeah. So I've heard. Sam, for some reason, along with Climax, really wanted a new take for Sono Reimagining, was said constantly when Shannon remembers it's getting hyped. I see, yeah. So true. They hated the cult, removed that, and just set up for Trouble in Therapy Town. Trouble in Therapy Town, 'cause therapy and trauma. Sorry. Amber incident report. Reporting staff member Simmons. Incident description. A male child entered into the sanitarium unchallenged and got through into female seclusion. Dars? Yes, Jay, Dars. Doors were left unlocked. He entered female seclusion room 5, at which point orderly Michaels observed him and alerted me. The boy was the child of a visitor and was taken away by his father. Failures. The doors to female seclusion were left unlocked by the orderly, and the staff in the lobby failed to notice the boy when he arrived in the mezzanine area. Recommendation: all staff to be reminded of the importance of locking ward doors. Review of staff to be conducted by duty managers. They have a duty, chat. They have quite the duty. Okay, right. Okay, let's go back to the other world then. I think you can emulate the game fully now, unless the modding group gave up on that game. I wouldn't know, Torshek. I would have to check again. I can after stream, or whenever I guess we get to share, maybe Book of Memories. I can definitely check, but I'm not gonna hold my breath on that. But we'll see. Hello, I'm back. Hey, Chaklock, hi. Just as you stated, you are back. Guess who's back? Back again. Chaklock's back. Tell a friend. How you doing, Chaklock? How's it going? Hope you're enjoying your day. I've not played the Reanimal DLC. I just watched some gameplay. Looks pretty good. Oh, nice. Awesome. I think Reanimal looks really good in terms of aesthetics and gameplay. My partner and I played it a while back, and we enjoyed our time with it. Definitely incentive to go back and play it, I imagine. Is this new, chat? I don't remember if we came through here. I don't think so, but I do believe we did. I think we backtracked by accident. Yeah, I think we did. Let's see. I played and completed Silent Hill 1 on my PS Vita twice. Nice. I would love to do that if I had a PS Vita. This looks new to me. Yeah, this looks new. I think? I don't know. This is new. Okay, yep, this is the puzzle that is very infamous. Yeah. Same thing with Little Nightmares 3 DLC. Yeah, that had recently DLC released too. I got a razor. A razor. The Book of Memories Constant DLC, James and Heather are as douchebag, unlikable teens with no remarkable or memorable characteristics is Ugg. I think it's just meant to be purely cosmetic skins. I don't think it's meant to be taken seriously. I think it's just more so fan service, you know? The door won't open, looks warped by the heat. The outside is scorched black. Okay. Medications do not mess up. Room 1, Trizanthium. Room 2, Natium. Room 3, Opurium. Room 4, Celerium. And Room 5, Natium. Remember, pills only for patients. Remember to take your pills, chat. Remember to take your pills. Just medication in general. Okay. The door is heavily barred. Dropping a like for the algorithm. Thank you so much, Train Your Dog. Also, I think, yeah, I probably should promote the stream too. Yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, please like the stream. Helps in many ways more than one. Especially getting noticed in the algorithm. Greatly appreciate it. Set of scales. Looks like they've seen a lot of use. A lot of use. Once you reach Silent Hill Downpour, you're gonna see me talk about my dog becoming a vandalized criminal. Oh no, not your dog becoming a menace. Wait, Jay, you don't have to tell me, but how old are you? Can chat take a guess how old I am? Just out of curiosity. I'll reveal my age. I'm not uncomfortable revealing my age, but I'm curious how old you guys think I am, just out of curiosity. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't think I'm gonna buy the season pass for Reanimal in Little Nightmares 3 until all the chapters come out. That's fair. I think it's kind of like when you watch TV shows, right? It's kind of like when you either have the option to watch a TV show with each periodic episode releasing weekly or bi-weekly, depending on the show, or much like the recent sort of like I guess like strategy with TV shows, I guess, especially like streaming services where they release like all like in one full package. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like that too. But just, you know, different contexts. There's an ornate cabinet with here with 5 miniature dolls screwed into its top. Take a look. Sure. We have knives slit. Don't know what I prefer to you as. Or you salon guy. And this is the pills puzzle, right? I believe we put the pills in their mouths, respective mouths. Murphy's being a gremlin help. That's right, your dog is named Murphy. That's why you refer to it as your dog being a menace. That's okay. That makes fun. That makes more sense. Okay, so green goes in the first one. Then blue goes into the second one. And then blue goes into the third one. Then red goes in the fourth one. And then finally, yellow goes in the fifth one. And then we got our key. Then we got our key. Just double check the Vita 3 can fully run the game. Bad news, online multiplayer is still not there. You're going to have to suffer alone. That's fine. I'd rather play the game alone. That's pretty cool though. Seems like they're trying to get multiplayer to work. Interesting. Interesting to say the least. Are you 25? Yeah. Yeah. Guess right on the money. First try. Congrats, colors. But yeah, 25. 25. 24, 28. You look 24, but you're probably 17 or 38. That's fair. Those are also fair estimates too. 38 is a big stretch. Yes, I am 38 years old, yeah. I'm an old man. I'm an old man. But no, I'm 25 years old. 25 this year. 25 this year. I was born on the year that Silent Hill 2 released. I have that to proudly say. I can probably say that. Okay, let's go back to, I guess, the Fog World. I'm guessing 40 because you were around when Silent Hill 1 came out? Absolutely not 40. Absolutely not, no. I can't tell if chat's being sarcastic or just joking, but absolutely not 40, no. But no, 25 years old. I am the good old 25. Halfway through my 20s, actually. Halfway through my 20s. I'd say around 30s, early 30s. Never asked a recarnee about her age. Look at Heather. Let's see, is the carry-on here? I don't remember. Yeah, that thing. Damn, now I feel horrible. Don't feel horrible, chat. I deliberately asked you guys to take a guess. By no means am I offended. We're just having fun. You're all good. I'm gonna be 30 in 2027. Scares me, to be honest, lol. That's fair. I do kind of wonder, like, you know, about like age, specifically like, you know, mortality. That's something that I think about on occasion. I'm very existential in nature, so oftentimes I do kind of think about, like, you know, my mortality and my life so far, and just, you know, like what I've accomplished, and, you know, what I've really seen, and what I've done. And yeah, I think that's something that's just natural, you know. It just kind of comes to growing up, whether you're in high school or you're young adults, or maybe you're an adult, but maybe you're transitioning to like maybe like marriage, or, you know, landing like a full-time job, maybe having kids. It's just part of life, you know. And like that's just part of the process. That's just life in general. And yeah, no. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna be 28. God, I'm old. I'm an old man. Yeah. It is weird for me though, being 25 and just like just casually saying like, yeah, I feel old. But then you have people in chat who are much more older than me, and maybe other people too. Hey man, what's wrong with being 40? I'm 41. Absolutely nothing wrong. You're as young as it gets. I think we're all young, you know? I like to think that we're all young in our own respective means, you know? The new patient, Helen Grady, arrived today. I was surprised to see how calm and well-behaved she was. After reading her notes, I was worried that she might be something of a handful, much like this dialogue. The woman is in complete denial and claims no recollection of the incident which saw her committed. Indeed, she was asked repeatedly to be allowed to see her son. I have agreed with her husband that it's best that the boy be kept away with his mother. While there seems little hope for any long-term recovery, I look forward to spending some time with Mrs. Grady. Her condition is most fascinating. Gotta love those guitar strings, huh? I feel like we're forgetting something, chat. Or maybe we have everything. To be fair, I'm 33, so I'm older than you. Yeah. I feel like everyone in chat is varied when it comes to age. And you know what? That's completely okay. All of you are beautiful young beings in my eyes. Let's see. So we can go to the mirror world, but where we want to go though is the female ward. Yeah, so let's see. Yeah, so we want to go through the other worlds, then traverse to the female ward, and get here. Yeah, okay, so I think we're gonna have to go through here, chat. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to go through here, I believe. It seems like. Okay. I like how this is the part where I'm getting lost. Do 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 do. Bow-no-no, bow-no-no. Yeah. Why am I just having like a brain fart all of a sudden? Okay. I think we're just gonna... Yeah, okay. Okay. I don't think we have to go through here. Okay, never mind. 25 is considered Unk status? Congrats, Jay! Thank you. Thank you! I guess I'm Unk now, chat. I guess I'm Unk. I guess I'm Unk. Daddy, Mama, and Travis. This is the PSP version? Hey Jumbie. No, this is the PS2 version. We're playing on the PCSX2 emulator. How you doing? I'm 46, so there. Nice, awesome. I love the diversity we have in chat today. I think that's pretty awesome. Love to see it. Groups of all ages. Close but not close enough. Some Gen Alpha called me a fossil? That must be so offensive to hear. I feel like that would have me like kind of like be like ha ha ha, how cute, how funny, but then like you just kind of like are mentally stunned by the emotional damage as you get home and you just kind of like stare at the wall and contemplate existentially your existence. Oh man, gotta love youth, chat. Gotta love your youth, you know. Young peeps like to make fun of older people. Let's be real, nobody's old until like 67 years old. Yeah, exactly, you know? Regardless of however you're old, especially like if you're in your 30s or 40s, like that's still really young to me. You're still really young and you have like such a long life ahead of you too. So yeah, never feel insecure about that, chat. Never feel insecure about your age. It's how you make the best of it, right? And that's all that matters, you know? That's what matters at the end of the day. Let's use the artifacts. Or is just gonna use it. There's a change depression carved into the door. Looking at it makes my head feel numb. Okay, let's use the Jocasta artifact. There we go. They were asking if I met Jesus? Oh my god, that's so rude. One day, Payne, they're gonna be in your position, and then the generation before them is gonna say the exact same thing. And the cycle will continue.
Dark for you too.
My nickname was Jesus in school, as I already, or Jesus or Jesus, as I already had a beard and I had a long hair, lol. Yeah.
She wants her boy so badly.
Who are you
I
talking
think
about?
some people in chat call me Jesus,
girl inside?
just about the beard.
Alessa? Is Alessa in there?
No.
Oh, there's Ansip around a
No!
dinosaur? Oh
You
my
know
god.
who's in
The
there!
slander. The slander's just absolutely just revolting, isn't it? I'm sorry to hear about that, Payne. I hate Lisa here and Cop and Dahlia and Alessa. They feel like an imitation of their former selves. Which says a lot, really, considering like how well they were in the originals. Or the Silent Hill one. A crude childish drawing. There's something disturbing about this picture. Who drew this? It looks like a child's drawing. A crayon drawing, or crayon drawing. Parts of it are scribbled out. I can't make this one out. There's something unsettling about this drawing. What is it, a monster? A child? This looks strange. It seems like we have an artist in the family, huh, Travis? Violent, heavy scribbles. Alrighty then. Let's go visit our mum. Our mummy. The mum. They felt like the mirror version of themselves. Yeah. Sorry, I assume you're an older lady? Oh, you're talking to stupid thinking? Turning Alessa into an evil child seems out of character for her. Well, the reason why Alessa is painted as this caricature of a more antagonistic force in Silent Hill Origins is because Silent Hill Origins came out around the time of the movie. And so much of the direction for the franchise was heavily inspired off of the Silent Hill movie. So much of the themes, the designs, arguably even, maybe even the narrative storytelling you see in the post-team sound games are derived off of the Silent Hill movie for the most part. Which is why in Silent Hill Homecoming you see Pyramid Head have the framing of the Pyramid Head you see in the movie. And, you know, in this game you see Alessa Gillespie look like the Alessa in the movie as well. A lot of it has to do because of that specifically. And you could definitely see the parallels and a lot of those like inspirations too, in retrospect. But Alessa was never evil. She was a poor, unfortunate, tragic character who had very much no, you know, bearings of just essentially her life, essentially. She was born into a world to serve one single purpose, and that was to be in service of being the Holy Mother that was in, you know, servitude of basically, you know, I'm sorry, serving as a surrogate mother to hold the embryonic god. Which is what we see in Silent Hill 1 and the final boss with the Incubus. But in Silent Hill Origins, it paints her as a more antagonistic force, which is very much contrived given the characterization we see in Silent Hill 1. So it gave this kind of it very much so deliberately gave this misrepresentation of Alessa in Silent Hill 1. Well, I'm sorry, in Silent Hill Origins. And so people probably for like the longest time thought she was just like an evil character or the main antagonist in Silent Hill Origins, but she absolutely was not. She is very much a tragic character through and through.
Wait.
Instead of asking Kichiro Toyama or Hiroyuki Iwaku what the hell happened in the first game, they consulted Christoph Gans movie and said, yeah. Even if the excuse was just because he was more convenient, I still would have contacted the original developers, you know. Too convoluted, they said. She was a victim trying to fix things, not evil. Yeah. That was the first game's plot twist. Remember the lighthouse, question mark? They fooled you into thinking you'd be fighting her. Yeah, it's a subversion of expectations, but a good subversion of expectations. A good subversion of expectations. Alessa was painted as this antagonistic force in the first game, technically speaking, but that's because it was used as a red herring, solely because Dahlia wanted to manipulate Harry into doing the dirty work, essentially, into pretty much stopping the orchestration of Alessa committing, basically, well, you know, committing die. the S word, I would say. But in retrospect, genocide on the town of Silent Hill, because her whole reason of even, you know, orchestrating those events was simply to die. She just wanted to die. Just because of like all of her pain and suffering led to that sort of outcome of her being incapable of doing so. That's all she wanted, was just to be free of her pain and suffering. And so, you know, that whole orchestration of that ritual you see throughout Silent Hill 1 where you see the mark of Samael in different areas of the town was basically like a mark of her wanting to basically receive death because she couldn't do it by conventional means. How someone would want to commit, you know, self-deletion through like, you know, normal means, she couldn't because of the god specifically. The god inside of her womb did not allow her to do so. It prevented her because its whole purpose was to protect the Holy Mother. And in this context, that's Alessa Gillespie, since she's bearing the god in her womb. So that's why she wanted to go about that act of wanting to commit self-deletion. Essentially in the first game. And so, you know, painting Alessa as an antagonistic force was necessary for Dahlia's plan. And it worked, because it fooled Harry Mason into believing that she was the sole reason for Cheryl's disappearance, and Cheryl, you know, basically being called to the town of Silent Hill, which is partially true, but that's because Alessa being forcefully tormented and tortured by not just her mother, Dahlia, but also through the Order, was to have her other self, Cheryl, return to her former self, which would be Alessa, which is what orchestrated the events of Silent Hill 1. And we're back in the butcher shop once again. It's a fancy pyramid head. It's the pyramid head from Temu. I despise what they did with the impregnation ritual in this game. They just recycled the damn cage burning from the damn movie. They recycled a lot of concepts from the movie, and it definitely shows. She's been gutted and split open, just quite ripped wide open. Deadpool pizza? What? Why would you burn the mother of your god purposely, then do another ritual? Damn writers. There's a lot of, yeah, it just kind of services the whole plot contrivances you see in this game. That's a big hole? Yeah. Quite the hole. There was a hole here, chat. It's gone now. A big plot hole. But as I hit the metaphorical base or band set. Pyramid head from TU. See you later. Oh, are you leaving Salarin? If that's the case, then see you later. It was great seeing you on stream. Take care and have a great one. Hope to see you soon again. Thank you for joining. Back in the butcher shop. Gonna eat some good meats. Gotta eat the meats. Arby's, we have the meats. It decide for my keyboard smash. I have no potatoes, besides it's not already where I am, lol. Fun fact, the original title of the game, Original Sin, also wanted to add an origin story for Pyramid Head. He was supposed to be a cannibal butcher who hides at the motel. I believe I remember reading that too, and I was kind of like, yeah, let's not tread on pre-established lore that literally has no service, and, you know, having that introduction to characters that don't need it whatsoever, nor needed it at all, because that was never the intentions. Arby's, we have the meats. Silent Hill, we have the meats. And I'm not talking about traditional meats. A different type of meat. The monsters. Wonder if the butcher would make a good Arby's mascot? Didn't Arby's have some like promotional material regarding like video games lately, or is that Wendy's? I sometimes saw I think like on their socials, is it Arby's? Is it Arby's? Like them have like promotional material to like video games or whatever. I think it's Arby's or Wendy's. I don't remember specifically. I don't recall. Silent Hill, we have psychological and sad burgers, yeah. Yeah. We're going to the motel, and then we're going to R2R Theater, I believe. I'm just kind of wandering around just to see if I can find anything of use. Like this, for example. Silent Hill, we have the trauma. It's trauma. Yeah. It's trauma. Oh, man. How you guys doing, by the way, chat? I think I asked before, but how you guys doing? How's life treating you guys? Hopefully all is well for all of you in chat today. Hopefully all is well. You guys are taking your time this month of August as we transition from summer into autumn. I am very excited for fall. I love fall, actually. Fall is my season of choice that I love very, very deeply. I'm the autumn type of fellow. Makes me want to go to like the East Coast, like in Vermont or New Hampshire. I love the fall season over there. Personally, never been there before, but man, I would love to go there one day. It just beckons to me, chat. It calls to me. I just love the fall season. It's awesome. Let's see. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good to go. How can you sit there and eat pizza, right? Okay, hold on. Game, I just... Okay, let's take this slow before I get nauseous. And I make chat nauseous by the deliberate fixed camera angle like changing and shifting quickly. Okay, I think we're good to go. If I were to write Silent Hill Origins, it would only focus on Travis's tragic story, take off every mention from Silent Hill 1. That's the thing though, I don't think you can really do an origin story of Silent Hill because we just already know the origins of Silent Hill, and that's because of the lore that you find in the memos, in at least the Team Silent games that, you know, pre-established that when those games released. Those already kind of give you that implications of the origins of Silent Hill's past. And so, you know, it feels kind of unnecessary to have an origin story to Silent Hill, because in many ways, even if you don't factor in the, you know, the history of Silent Hill with like the the English settlers taking over the natives' land, and seeing like the whole orchestration and the purposing of the order, and also the town's like dark past and the deadly disease that corrupted the town and killed off many of the town itself throughout its history. Silent Hill 1 in many ways is in service of that origin story, because it establishes the cults, the order, establishes the psychological nature and supernatural setting of Silent Hill the town, you know, the monsters, the other worlds. So, you know, in some ways it feels very derivative, or I'm sorry, not derivative. Well, actually, no, I think it's derivative, right? Of even like needing an origin story for Silent Hill, because Silent Hill 1 is the origin story in many ways, in essence. And yeah. If you have infinite stamina cheat, please turn it on. Travis has the lung capacity of Bibby. We don't, unfortunately. This is a blind playthrough. Complete new and fresh save. Someone has written on the napkin, someone made a hole. Go home, Travis. One can even say, there was a hole here, and it's gone now. A monster. Someone has mutilated it. The blood is all over the room. A lot of mutilation, huh, chat? A lot of mutilation. Oh, there's a first aid kit. Doo-doot. The floor is broken up here. Looks like I can jump through the lower level. Jump down? Sure. Life is good. My Mies had a baby. I'm so happy. Nice. I'm very happy for your Mies. Congrats to your Mies having a baby. What's the baby's name? The mailbox for apartment 213 is overflowing. Looks like the mail hasn't been collected for weeks. Okay. We can just leave through the front door, right? Yeah, there you go. Life is good. How are you, though? Is the question. I'm doing okay, Lilith. I have my good days and my bad days. My best days are when I'm not flaring up with my debilitating health issues. Especially when it comes to like gastrointestinal health, urine health, and also just like general fatigue and exhaustion. The other day I was trying to take a shower and I felt like I was hurting really badly with my bones. It felt like my body was tensing up and it was like on fire. And so I genuinely felt like I was close to like not fainting per se, but it's just more so like the emulation of like you feeling like you're about to pass out. It very much felt that way. So a lot of the time, for me, it's just kind of managing, I would say. A lot of it's boiled down to like managing my health issues. Because more often than not, I feel pain on a day-to-day basis, unfortunately. Which, you know, sucks. But like, you know, like any chronic illness, you're bound to feel like some like flare up, right? Sometimes like you're managing it like long term and you don't really ever feel like a flare up. And if you do, it's like on a month to month basis, maybe sometimes once in a long like a blue moon. But for me, I have many different parts of my body that is actively hurting me. So like my stomach, my gut health, my bladder, my, you know, sometimes even like my prostate. Yeah, like there's a lot that hurts me, unfortunately. But I think over the years, I think when you kind of like are accustomed to that pain, you kind of like grow to get used to it. As depressing as that may sound, um, you just kind of get used to it, I think, and it becomes like your new normal, and I think that's okay, you know. Um, I don't think you should ever like have anyone make you feel disparaged or dehumanized for what you're going through, respectively, you know. Whatever you go through is for you to have to deal with, and whatever's your normal is your normal, and that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Did Cheryl actually die in Silent Hill 1? Cheryl did die. The moment Cheryl returned to Alessa, she basically returned to her former self. They are essentially like whole again. So Cheryl did die when she was meshed back with Alessa Gillespie. It's pretty much just trouble in Therapy Town, and Travis is not that compelling. Fall season and Halloween are my favorite. Absolutely, yeah. Not much of a Halloween person, but I do love fall very much. I hope one day I can travel to the East Coast, specifically like Maine, and Vermont or New Hampshire. That'd be nice. Doesn't Soundle take place in Maine? That'd be a great place for autumn season. It does, actually. I don't know if that was the intention for the developers for Soundle to take place in Maine, but there is the preconceived notion that much of the Western influences are based off of, for example, like the novelist Stephen King, and Stephen King is from Maine, and much of like his work is founded in Maine. I think like a great example is It. It takes place in Maine. I believe his other stories take place in Maine too, like Carrie. Much of like the stories from Stephen King just take place in Maine, and that's because that's where he grew up in. But yeah, no, Maine is definitely like in service for much of Silent Hill's kind of like location. I don't know if like the devs at Team Silent had that intention in mind, but I think that's just kind of like the basis they just like went off of, and you know, Jay having a stroke. No, let's not have that happen. That'd be really bad. That's not the one. The game's writers to use their favorite word convolutes the events of Silent Hill 1. Yeah. Huge dumpster. That is one gigantic dumpster. Great song right now. Yeah. Origin shouldn't be a thing. It really shouldn't be. And even the director, Sam Barlow. I keep forgetting if it's Sam Barlow or William Mattel. We'll just go with the people that, you know, directed Silent Hill Origins and worked on it. Even came out and said that Silent Hill Origins is not necessary, and it even feels like fan fiction when it comes to the just that being an integration in the overall lore and narrative, essentially, and just like as a foundation of a origin story. So see, question mark, they love referencing Silent Hill 2, which hasn't happened yet. My Mies named her Addison Uwu. Oh well, I'm sorry you had to go through that. It's okay, Chuck Block. It's fine. Not a problem, but I appreciate the sentiment. There was a hole here, get out of Travis. I want a game about origins of Silent Hill cults. I think some people have mentioned that too previously, of having like a game where it's like in the perspective of like a cult member, I believe, right? I think that'd be an interesting approach, but I don't know how that would work. And I don't know if it would work inherently. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe.
Let's get the hell out of this crazy town. Run off. The two of us. We could be so good together. See? I could be a star!
Yeah.
Well, see you around.
Oh man, the song. This song is such like a audibly like stimulating song. It's such a stim. I love it. Yeah. So I guess like in this game's interpretation of Lisa, I guess when it comes to her backstory, she wanted to be like a movie star, but she was dissuaded due to her family not giving that to her. And so, you know, gaslighting is like a huge thing, I would say, when it comes to not just like Lisa, but I think just like anyone who wants to follow the dreams, right? But I think just due to like just generational, you know, like family matters and just like maybe even like trauma kind of seeping in, generational trauma, playing like a huge foundation, like someone's decision, and also just like their approach to maybe like their career path. Usually they fall like in the footsteps of their family. Likewise, in this game, it establishes Lisa wants to follow and being like a movie star, I guess. But she didn't do that, so she decided to become a practitioner nurse, but she didn't want to. So I guess that's like an interesting detail. I don't know if that kind of like convolutes with Lisa in the first game, whatsoever, but I guess it does give some, I guess, like, characterization there. I don't know. I'm sorry to hear. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear. I know you have illnesses, which is why I asked. Any health or mental health issues matter, not matter what it is. Yeah, of course. And you're okay, Lilith. It's okay. Nowadays, I just make the best of it, you know? I have therapy. I have a therapist. I have a dietitianist due to significant weight loss. Since I can't really eat much food nowadays anymore. So yeah, no. But I have medical care for now. When I eventually turn 26, that's just getting ripped apart from me. In the US, for those, I guess, like viewers out of in different regions, you lose healthcare under your family when you turn 26 years old. So when I turn 26 next year, I have to find new healthcare, most likely Medi-Cal. But thankfully my partner is a beautiful human being, and they want to enroll me under their healthcare when they acquire their teacher's credentials, and they you know are a teacher, since teachers do get really good health benefits. So I do have that fortunate, so not really worrying, thankfully, but we'll see. That's so rough. I'm sorry. I have a bit of stomach and fatigue issues, but thankfully not painful, but more so just uncomfortable at times. Hope things get better for you. Thank you, Gaga Dreams. I appreciate that. If anything, I'm a huge health advocate for physical, mental, chronic health, so I'm more than comfortable talking about it in chat. And likewise, as long as it's comfortable for you guys too. Always just want to, you know, make sure you guys are heard and seen, you know? Um, and yeah, Peter. Good luck getting anything to work. This place was wired by idiots. The safety curtain is on the same circuit as the spotlights. If a light blows, the whole thing fuses and you can't move the safety curtain. Idiots. Idiots, I tell you. Safety inspectors would blow a fuse literally if they saw this stuff. Wouldn't happen in the city. See you when I get back. Alrighty. Eric. Since Silent Hill takes place in Maine, I'm surprised we haven't seen any lobster entities. just like like fish, fish as like manifestations of monsters or whatever. Travis, she's 17 years old. I wonder if she makes it to Hollywood and becomes famous. I don't think that it happens in Lisa's story, unfortunately, as we know of her fate in Silent Hill 1. They should have just made a new character. Travis is such a weirdo, Lamau. I just think Travis is kind of socially stunted. Awkward, even. I think awkward is like a good word to use for him. She's psycho in this game. I can be a star. I can be a potato. This looks crazy with such good quality in widescreen. It looks really good when you have the 4K upscaled with its resolution, ultra textures, or I'm sorry, HD texture pack, and the 60 frames per second. Yeah, looks really good. Is that a katana? It is a katana, yeah. Jack says the town is located on an old spiritual ground, a place of sound spirits, one would say. Hopefully we'll be blessed. Prospero equals shaman, feathers equals feather, smoke, totemic, magic, aerials, air spirit, flight, projection, puppets. Caliban equals buffalo spirit, skins plus Berkoffian, performance on all fours, poor actor. Alrighty. Hmm. Okay. Yes, our healthcare system blows. The medical health care system in the US is really hot garbage. I don't know. I sympathize with a lot of people who are severely ill and have to make such, you know, unfortunate choices where they have to prioritize their, I guess, like, you know, money when it comes to like their quality of life, like eating or paying off utility bills instead of like their health. And we see that to this very day still too. And it's tragic even. It's really, really sad. I wish we had better healthcare in America. I really, really do. See, I'm so sorry for you guys in the States with no Medicare, even though sometimes you guys have better results. I'm in Canada on free healthcare, but the healthcare isn't always good. It's definitely a point of contention, and subjective even, but yeah, no, America doesn't have that, and it's really unfortunate, because I don't only suffer with health issues. My partner recently got diagnosed with health issues, respectively. So we're kind of working together to figure that out for their health journey as well. And that's been going okay. We do worry about ourselves and each other, but I think what really matters is that we work as like a team. And I think that's something that we have going for us. And, you know, we're just making the best of it, I would say. And we're doing what we can. And likewise, I imagine anyone in the States is just doing what they can too. And I wish nothing but the best for anyone who suffers from health. It's really, really, really hard over here. So, you know, I definitely advocate and support anyone that is just trying to make the best of it, you know. Same here, Lamau. My love life history is an absolute tragedy. I could write a book. No, I imagine one day you'll find the person for you, Gaga Dreams. For some people, it's just different, you know? Patience is a virtue, as I like to say. When you read that letter, I thought you were talking to me. I thought I did something wrong. Turns out characters in games also have got the boring name Peter also? Oh. Well, now we know your name. But no, you're fine. Over here in UK, it's free, but you have to wait so long for an appointment due to NHS being understaffed. Yeah, I also heard wait times could be a huge issue too when it comes to the healthcare system. So more often than not, like, I think you just kind of have your trade-offs in different parts of the world when it comes to healthcare specifically. So yeah, I think every country has their trade-offs, really. I mean, the doctors and sounds here are amazing. Even if you're broke, they'll take care of you, but then you'll get a $100,000 bill, although they'll keep you alive and if they can. I'm scared of just even having to, like, go to the I'm scared of not even just like dying. I'm just scared of like debt because of like you know, the medical care system here. You know, people do go in debt because of it, and it is really tragic. Okay, I don't want to die, game. I really don't want to die. Let's not do that. Philippines has a lot of healthcare, so I've heard. Yeah, so I've heard. A lot of parts in the world that have good and bad healthcare, I would say. Speaking of which, health, we should heal. It's legal at 17 in Maine. Interesting. I'm sorry to hear. It's all good, Lilith. No need to be sad. It's all good. I always fall for the wrong people. I bring it upon myself. It's okay. Well, at the end of the day, as long as you're okay and you're able to love yourself, then that's what matters too, you know? That's what matters too. Not only loving your partner, but also being able to love yourself, right? Let's see. This is, okay, balcony key. Right, we need the, okay. Let's go back to the real world, or fog world. Yes, I can confirm the UK health system is terrible. I've had to wait 18 months for an appointment for a hearing aid. Wow, I'm so sorry, Noble. I'm sorry to hear about that. Yeah, that's really tragic. I hope you can get the health care that you need, and it gives you the quality of life improvements that that help you in the long run. Sincerely, I hope you can get that. $1,340 for a 5-mile ambulance ride. Yeah, it's insane. I had like a health scare 2 years ago, and I went to the ER, and yeah, that bill just not helping anyone. That was like I think $1,500, even with healthcare. It was absurd, and they didn't even give me like any like worthwhile like medical care. Just, oh, like, no, you're fine. You can go home. Which, I mean, I'm glad, but still, like, such a huge slap to the face, you know? Insulting, even, in a way. Did I, go through here, or... Did we go through? No, we did. We did. I was intending on just lurking tonight, but here I am, babbling. Apologies. You're absolutely okay. Nothing wrong with lurking, and nothing wrong with, having commentary in chat. You're A-okay. Let's see. Oh, oops, my bad. We have to go to the front, I believe. Healthcare is really important. Healthcare is really important, yeah. But more often than not, a lot of people can't afford health insurance, and it's pretty unfortunate. Travis is a horrible combat practitioner. Yeah. Oh shit, did not mean to do that. The camera angles in this game could be really finicky. I should probably save this for the Caliban, though. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Whoops, my bad. I should probably save this for the Caliban, though. Ow. Ow. You keep hurting me. Using ammunition instead of stomping them out of their misery, tis tis. Yeah. Well, now we're using fisticuffs, so there you go. Never mind. Why is my chat appearing on the stream? Oh, that's because I have a setting in OBS. Okay, you know what? I'm not doing this anymore. On OBS, I have the chat on the top of me, appearing on top of me. Solely because as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to streaming, people like seeing the chat on screen. And also sometimes YouTube for some reason doesn't keep the chat for some reason post stream. It happens sometimes. So more often than not, I just like to have chat on the screen just in case people like to indulge in the chat. I think most streamers do that nowadays, or have been. It's unfortunate. People should not have to pay a big load of money just to be healthy and cure their illnesses. Tell that to the conglomerate corporations that are profiting off of you. Maybe they might give you an answer. Or maybe not. Who knows? I wonder what their excuse would be. Doo-doot. Doo-doot. Yeah, in this game, if an enemy is on the ground and if you have a gun equipped, he'll automatically shoot. Yeah, he does. Peter, as expected, the spotlights are screwy as the rest of this place. Finally got them working. My trusty volt meter saved the day again. Remember, if you need all the lights working, otherwise the circuit blows. Throwing the circuit breaker gets old fast. Here are my notes. B has to be half the wattage of D. A plus B must not exceed C. Wattage of D must not exceed A. Break a leg, Eric. Okay. Is there anything else of importance here? I don't remember. I guess not. Okay. Next time, fist fight only run of Travis? That would be interesting to say the least. Anyone know any good games to play? Personally, I haven't playing. I haven't really been playing other games as of lately. I've just mostly been focusing on Silent Hill due to just work and streams as well. So I wouldn't know. I'm sorry. Maybe someone in chat could give some recommendations. I do eventually I want to play games on my own time though. I just have not had like any incentive as of lately. Yeah, I just haven't, unfortunately. Doo-doo. Oh shit. That's unfortunate. I have this game on PSP? Nice. Shit. God damn it. Did not mean to do that. Yeah, the chat disappears on the VOD on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. Sometimes it just does, unfortunately, which really sucks. Some guy from the government said we have to help the billionaires because they provide the jobs, so what else should we expect? That's crazy. That's a crazy, crazy response. If anything, it's the blue-collar workers and the working class that are providing that for the billionaires, in retrospect. Okay, I did not mean to do that. I meant to hit you. It's the other way around. It's 2026 and we're still struggling to get proper healthcare. Anywhere in the world, seriously, all the governments want is people's money. Pretty much, yeah. The whole idea is to profit off of you. Alright, never mind. I think Travis is the only Sano character that can use fist, correct me if I'm wrong. I think Murphy too, I believe. Yeah. Would you play some Resident Evil sometime? Yeah, so I definitely want to play other games, chat. For those that may have wanted me to play other games on stream. I know we're a Silent Hill focused channel, but I wouldn't mind playing other survival horror games on stream likewise. That's definitely something I really want to do too. So yeah, for sure. We'll definitely play other survival horror games that are retro, maybe indie, and also modern survival horror. I definitely want to give some diversity and incentive for people in chat to come back to watch me play other games too. I think that would be really fun. And yeah, so that's definitely the plan. We'll have to get that going sometime. It's just more so a matter of when, not if. And yeah. The idiot obscure teens from Book of Memories can use the barehanded school scrambling techniques. Pretty based. Did you ever play Ruler Rose and Haunting Ground? Actually, we have. A year ago, we did on stream. We did. Okay. Rehearsals, fantastic. New costumes, fantastic. All in all, fantastic. Strange day. Girl snuck into theater today, playing hooky, no doubt. Took pity, let her sit and watch the run through. Very useful feedback. Terrified by Caliban. Good job, costume department. Seemed to dislike Prospero. Intensely proceedings brought to premature end by poor Tony, getting a shocking nosebleed. During Act 1, Scene 2 will continue tomorrow. Okay. I don't want to hate on this game, but the enemies in this game seem like a pale comparison to the other Sonic games. They mostly feel like Steam Jank game enemies. Yeah, a lot of the enemies go off of more so body horror when it comes to much of the monster designs. And you'll see that in subsequent Silent Hill entries that are the post-Team Silent games. It feels very basic at best, I would say. Cows can attack with random objects like typewriters, so there. Yeah, that's true. I feel like I'm missing something over here. Just want to double check. It's locked. Doo-doo. Okay. I should probably heal, actually, because I probably might die right now. Don't want that. Oh, no, we're fine. Okay. Okay. I don't know why the hitbox didn't register, but sure. Okay, let's just run away. Let's just run away. There we go. Running away. It just recycles monsters in this game. There is a lot of linearity in the areas, and sometimes that leads to a lot of tedium with the combat, for sure. Absolutely. Relying figure nurses, not Pyramid Head, the butcher, etc. Yeah. I did hear upon streaming them as well, or as multiple videos. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna cover anything else on the channel as videos, other than Silent Hill. I know in the earlier, I guess YouTube career for me, I did do other videos, but, I don't know. I did like doing videos that were not Silent Hill in the beginning, but I just kind of, lost interest, I guess, and I just kind of gravitated more comfortably to Silent Hill because I felt like I knew what I was talking about a lot of the time, you know. Maybe one day. I'm not saying I wouldn't ever again, but I'm not gonna make promises anytime soon. But when it comes to streams, I would love to stream other survival horror games as long as people are interested. So yeah, for sure. Every game after Team Silent has a problem with monster designs and theming. Yeah. It definitely feels very repetitious, I would say. I have Haunting Ground on PS... Oh, shit. Shit. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Let's see. Is it you? And then you? Yeah. There you go. Nice. Didn't even take any damage. Look at us go. I've also gone on PS2, wish I had gotten Ruler Rose 2. I heard Ruler Rose is really expensive, which makes sense, given that game's history. Oh. You're so mean. I'm just gonna throw some hands, chat. Just gonna throw hands at the carry-on. I've been on Christoph Gans. He recycled monsters from the movie without any theming. Christoph Gans is definitely a point of contention when it comes to Silent Hill and his understanding of Silent Hill, which I would argue is very much here nor there. It's a very basic understanding, I would say, but even then, I don't even know if that's being honest. Do we need anything else from here? I'm kind of wondering. I don't think so. I don't think we really do, but doesn't hurt to check, I guess. Oh, nice. We got the hunting rifle. Almost forgot about it. This will be used for the boss fight. Definitely will help us for the boss fight for sure. Alright. Let's do the little puzzle, and then we'll fight the boss, I guess. Was the F in the title of Silent Hill F ever explained? No. It is deliberately left to be ambiguous. So it could be interpreted as flowers, it could be interpreted as I think flowers is usually the common consensus for Silent Hill F. but it's meant to be left to interpretation. Since what happened to Tony, I've dreamt about him about him more and more. The butcher, he looks just like that monster, the executioner. Now I've seen him when I'm awake. He's at my motel. It's him, I swear it. I heard a loud noise. You could review the movies? Oh wait, maybe that's not a good idea. People have asked me to review the movies before. I'm not against it. I definitely could see that as a video where I review every Silent Hill movie. I just would need to work on that in my own time. For sure. Okay. We shall cook and eat the caravan? Yeah. Oh. Okay, definitely need to heal, actually. This leads to the stage light, right? Oh, my bad, I thought this was a door. Is it this one? No. Um, this one? Here we go. Finally. Okay, we made it. Okay. So we have 4 of the light bulbs, right? Also we should heal. Let's see. 125, 750, 250, 500. Silent Hill Foxy, furry failure. I also wonder how they let Return to Silent Hill even be made instead of getting a director who actually gets it mind-boggling. I think I think it's just because Christoph Gans was really notable for his directing for the first Silent Hill movie, and so I think they just kind of went off that intuition just because, I don't know, he was just that guy, even though he did a lot of questionable changes when it came to consistency with the original material. So, you know anything about Pathologic? The game has interesting concept and nature, atmosphere. I've heard of it, but I've never played it before. Yeah. Also, chat, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom again, but I will just leave it on pause. I'll be back really quickly. I'll be right back. I'll just leave it on pause for now. 1 second. Uno momento, por favor. we're back. Sorry about the wait. Hopefully, we were able to manage without me. Anyways, yeah, we're back. Okay, so this puzzle, I remember this puzzle. So I think from like process and elimination, it's A, B, C, D, right? I think it's A, B, C, D. So D would be 250, C 750, 125B, and then A 500. Okay. 250, 750, 125. Okay. Let's see. So let's see. So this is A, and I think this is gonna be B, C, and then D. Cool. Gotcha. Alrighty then. Maybe someone asked, but would you like to see this title remade too? Um, I don't know. I don't think so. I kind of tagged on it earlier in the stream, but I just feel like a remake for Origins would be unnecessary. Sure, like you can definitely go into it and repurpose the narrative to make sense, but I just feel like it'd be much more trivial than it actually doing something good, you know? I personally don't think Silent Hill really needs an origin story. Because I feel like Silent Hill 1 is that origin story, you know, in retrospect. But I also don't think it would ever happen to this game just because of just the negative and mixed representation it has. Uh, and I just think as a company, Konami in question, I feel like they would more so favor the games that are talked about the most, which is just the Team Sound quadrilogy. Those games I see absolutely getting remade, and likewise, you know, Silent Hill 2 being remade, and then Silent Hill 1 getting a remake, and imagine Silent Hill 3, and then 4, and yeah. But I also know this game has its fans too. So who knows? Who knows? There we go. Man, I just love the theme in this game. My god. Or the OST in this game. At least like the beats. The beats are really good. Yes, if Origins was done right, it would have potential. Maybe if Cooper did it? Maybe. It's definitely a big maybe. But, I don't know. I could take it or leave it if it came to a remake with this game. I don't know. I don't know if I want a Silent Hill game that treads back on prior established locations like, you know, Silent Hill 1. I rather think I want something new instead. That maybe can focus on a different aspect of the town, but tell a new story with a new character or characters to keep it refreshing, you know? That's just me. It's always an event that didn't need to be told, and if they did, it's contradictory to the first game and added movie stuff. Well, when it came to these games, yeah, it definitely took a lot of inspiration and aspects of the movie from 2006, which is definitely translated with Origins and Homecoming, especially. I see your point, absolutely. Thank you, sir. No worries, Orbo Snake. But hopefully my point being stated doesn't disparage you of wanting a remake of Origins. If anyone in chat, you know, wants like a remake of like the post-Team Sound games, don't let my word, you know, be something that's like pleading the fifth. Like, you know, that's something for you to hold on to, and I don't want to take that away from you whatsoever. That's not me. That's not for me to have that position to do so. I'm just giving like my thoughts and feelings in regards to these games, this game specifically. To me, this game and Homecoming just have Sono vibes, but Downpour is just a travesty. They have their good and bad. They have their good and bad. Much of the post-Team Sound games have like their good and bad, I would say. Is there a note that we have to read? I don't recall. If fixed timeline ruins things because it destroys the current day thing Team Silent did. I would say if you want like a consistent timeline, definitely the first 4 games. They have the most consistency when it comes to the quadrilogy. I guess you would call it the original timeline, I suppose. This beat goes hard. We still going at it? Hey, what's up, Zenny? Gotta see you're back. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish up this, the R2 Theater just because we're really close to finishing. And then I'm gonna take my leave because I am going way over time and pretty tired. So yeah. How you doing, man? How's it going? Pretty sure we're only getting remakes of the first 4 games and not the post-Team Silent games. I would be surprised if they actually went about remaking all the mainline games. Genuinely, I would be really, really surprised if they did. Let's see, let's see, let's see, let's see. Pull the first lever on the left and the second one on the right. Enter the giant mirror, take the stage office key, return to the stage, go to the stage office the first floor to pick up the control lever and return to the stage. Pull the second lever on the left and the third on the right. Okay, I'll just have this as supplement material then. Okay. Alright, let's go to the mirror. The Mirror Worlds. Did you play any Sonic game in a real PS2? I played a little bit of Silent Hill 2. But that's about it really. When I had a PS2. But due to financial circumstances, I had to sell it off. But I did for a little bit.
Be not afeared.
I would like to one day repurchase a PS2 when I have the money. Life's just way too expensive to be buying, you know, wants for myself. One day though, I would like to have like a Silent Hill collection. Then after we get the original Silent Hill games. So much problem arises when they added a fixed date. I played Silent Hill 4 on the PS2 when I was a youngin'. Nice. That's awesome. Look at those essayists like Max Stewart trying to wrap their heads around with the timeline of all the games. Oh yeah, that's right. He made a video on it, I believe. Or at least I saw him making a video on it recently. I haven't seen it personally. But I do like Max Stewart's videos though. He always has something really constructive, I think, when it comes to these Silent Hill games. When it comes to him giving food for thought. What do we have again? Stage office key. A key marked stage office. Where does this go again? I completely forgot. Let's see. Ah, I see. Okay, we have to go over there. Me too. Check the library, scenery, and prop. Top 3 Silent Hills. I think, for the most part, I think it's like the unanimous opinion, maybe. But definitely the first 3 Silent Hill games. For me though, I think like a top 3 would be Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 3, and then Silent Hill 2, in that order. It would be difficult to make a remake of Silent Hill 4. It definitely will take a lot of innovation to the gameplay to allow that to be assimilated as a full-blown remake. They would have to really repurpose much of what was established in the original Silent Hill 4 and translate that to a new engine, which is most likely going to be like the Unreal Engine 5, and also the gameplay fundamentals as well, likewise. So yeah, no, that would take a lot of work to make it well done as a remake, which I do think they can absolutely do, and I would love to see that manifested and finalized one day. Okay. Love my little aerial enemies, don't we? Store. There we go. I always thought Silent Hill 2 was set in the 90s, to be honest. It's meant to be ambiguous, but I think Masaru Ito kind of implied that it's set in the late 80s, I believe, early 90s, but it's never really consistent as to when, per se. And I think it's meant to be left as that. There's some contextual clues in the environment itself, but it's never explicitly stated. Mostly just kind of there for speculation. Okay, well, we got what we needed, so, yeah. Don't like his routine of trying to expand the universe so much contradictory Silent Hill games. Max Durrett? I think he just kind of, I would say, wants to delve into what's been established and kind of give like his own interpretation, which is nothing wrong with that, you know? As long as like it's not like someone deliberately like forcing it down people's throats, and like that's fine. There's no problem with that, I would say. Eventually, like, I would love to make a Silent Hill timeline video one day, and I really do actually want to. Would it, you know, be the, I guess, like, official timeline video to go off of, even if I gave, like, all of, like, the consistencies that I could possibly give? No, I don't think so, but I do think it would be fun. And it would be definitely integral to kind of get like a bearing of like the games and how like maybe they are connected with the supplemental material that we have at the very least. But yeah, no, I would love to make like a Silent Hill timeline video one day. I definitely want to make that like a project that I can purpose at some point. It's just going to take a very long time to get that made. Get a dog? What's up, Altio? I have one memory of playing Silent Hill 1 when I was 4 to 5 years old. Didn't know it was Silent Hill. The falling felt like a dream. Very much like Silent Hill would feel like. It feels like all one big dream, right? Very dreamlike in its quality. Atmosphere, even. Control lever on the panel. Pull the second lever on the left. Okay, and then the third on the right. Okay. And I believe this is to the boss fight? It is the boss fight. Cool, okay. Is it that I'm dumb when played Silent Hill Remake? I couldn't do the puzzles for YouTube. Are they hard? You're not dumb. It's just deliberately intentional. That much of the Silent Hill puzzles are made to be very difficult to figure out. Especially the original Silent Hill games. This is some sort of costume suspended from the ceiling above. It's made of musty smelling fur and rope. Okay, before we enter the boss fight, let's get our hunting rifle. And reload for the Caliban boss fight. Please explain to me why it seems Silent Hill 1 is mostly more well regarded than Silent Hill 2. I think 2 is a storytelling masterpiece, played 1 once and 3 a couple times. Also cannot see any game in the series topping 2. Yeah, I don't know. I would say it's definitely subjective when it comes to Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3. When it comes to someone's, I guess, personal stance on those games. They're all held regard pretty well, the first 3 games. I would say, objectively speaking, Silent Hill 2 especially, since we all know how that has been panned out to be sort of like the, you know, the favorited child in the franchise. For good reason. It has like a really well done storytelling, really well done characters, theme, symbolism. It's definitely a lightning in a bottle type of moment. But I think Silent Hill 1 is really well regarded because it does a lot of deliberate choices that you wouldn't have seen back in the day when it came to the survival horror genre, especially when you compare it to its contemporaries like Resident Evil, for example. Silent Hill 1 worked really well because it had such an audacious sort of approach when it came to its storytelling, and that's translated in much of its theming. That's very subtle and not exactly provocative like how you would see in much Western horror media. It makes the player go digging for those specific types of aspects that you would find in that game to make you more appreciative of what it's trying to tell you to the player. And it's why it assimilates that so well and why it feels like you're able to gain this sort of like appreciation for that game. And in many ways, it's sort of like realistic, even if it's fictional. And the reason why is because it favors more realism when it comes to its storytelling. And also when that's portrayed and contrasted with its like storytelling, its commentaries on specific issues, like you know, religion, cults, sex, you know, the human condition, the human psyche. Silent Hill 1 does a lot of those themings really, really well, especially for its time frame, which I don't think any horror game was ever, you know, going to even try to attest to, because the culture back, and so that's why I think why Silent Hill 1 is still widely regarded, and I think holds up really well to this very day, because of just that sort of a statement of intent that it had in mind, and how that was established and how that was translated to the PS1 and the culture back then too. That was this sort of like this just foundation that was much of like the formula that you would see in much of the Silent Hill games afterward. Love the videos, by the way. Keep doing you. Thank you, Betsy. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I will do what I can, as always. Not just in the videos, but also streams
You
too.
need these, don't you?
Did you ever read the comics for Silent Hill? No. The comics are pretty bad. I probably read one of them, and they're very much, I would say, worse than the post-Team Silent games. They have a huge misunderstanding of the foundation that is Silent Hill. Like, it deliberately goes out of its way to misunderstand the material. It's pretty bad. My other brother was my Silent Hill IRL Let's Play back in the day. Oh, that's nice. I love that. Love when siblings can, like, you know, mesh well together and, you know, bond over games, especially. Silent Hill 2 is the most easily understood story with soap opera drama. It hits you in the feels. Silent 3 is the best one, and that's a well-known fact, agreed upon everyone. Absolutely. Absolutely, as we say in Silence. The concept of Silent Hill 2 story was used over and over to the point it got cheap. Look at Origins, Homecoming, Shining Memories at that point. Hello, games and more. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. From UK? Nice. Welcome from California. Glad to have you here. How's it going? Who has the best lore? I watched them all from you, but they all seem very good. I would say the Gaming Muse. Gaming Muse goes really in depth when it comes to analysis, and also lore, and the story for each subsequent Silent Hill game. Gaming Muse, if you want like a more, I would say like a real-time, I guess interaction. Nub Zombie. Nub Zombie has a very well foundation of the Silent Hill games, and likewise the story and the lore and just like everything in between. Way before me too, by the way. A lot of good Silent Hill YouTubers out there for sure if you want more lore and story. For sure. It's also why they hate the cults. They just want some sad story about a town that forces you to face your demons like a therapy session. A lot of Silent Hill has like this foundation, especially as of like recently, that it seems to favor more like trauma and the, you know, human condition, psychologically speaking, which isn't exactly wrong necessarily. I just feel like it sort of has become the tradition now, and as much as I do find the human psyche very interesting, I do feel like it definitely detracts from what was established from the first game, which is like the more cult-like elements and themes of like religion, and I hope that's reintroduced one day when it comes to the future installments, because I do miss it. I really, really do. Because of the concerns expressed by her teacher, it was important to fully look into the matter. The officer spoke with Mrs. Gillespie and her daughter and saw no evidence of any neglect or abuse. He felt that Mrs. Gillespie's seemed a model parent, bringing her daughter up in a strict religious household further in order to satisfy the complainant's requests. We had Dr. Kaufman from Alchemilla speak with the girl alone. He said that any talk of the rituals or cults were simple, childish fantasies. Mrs. Gillespie only crime in his eyes was having her read her daughter too many fairy tales. We have closed the complaint. So this is basically like their alibi that they're going with, which is just a cover up with the whole, you know, Gillespie house fire essentially, and that being sort of added on from the first game, and in question. Oh, here we go. Looks like the fire started on the second floor and spread to the rest of the house. Circumstances are suspicious. Someone has rolled through the text and added a new paragraph. Seems there was an accident in the basement. An old boiler caused a fire that spread to the rest of the building. That cause would appear to be accidental. The report continues unaltered. Despite firefighters' best efforts, it spread to the surrounding houses. Alyssa Gillespie was declared dead at the scene by Dr. Coffin. Her body was identified by her mother. Death certificate and coroner's report will be forthcoming. Yeah, so this is again like the alibi they're going with, which is the boiler room started the fire, but in reality it was the you know, the ritual itself that caused the mutilation to her body, the burns really. Which is something that led to like a lot of debate in the fandom and arguing as well. Either the ritual or the boiler room specifically. Just one of the things that makes you appreciate Origins now. Challenge, make a Silent Hill game that isn't based on Silent Hill 2 impossible. Impossible, yeah. Okay, chat. This is where I'm gonna get off. We've been going for 4 hours, and I am pretty tired. I'm definitely going more overtime than I would like to. So I hope that's okay. Let's just get to a safe area really quickly, and then I'm going to take my leave. If it isn't my favorite YouTuber when it comes to Silent Hill. Oh, thank you, Bluebound Moonlight. I appreciate that. That's a really sweet compliment from you. Your video has kept me up at work whenever I had to do networking. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I'm glad my videos can give that to you. Thank you so much for the kind compliment. You missed the library scenery with the lore stuff. That explains why Alessa is evil and has Stockholm Syndrome. That's alright. It's fine. It's all good. We're gonna just keep moving forward. The fire that burnt Alessa was supposed to be an accident? Yeah. Kishiro Toyama and Hiroyuki Waku said it. Yeah, it was accidental. Yeah. Can I, what is that? Is that a shovel? Because the US version of the game had coding glitch that prevents you from reading the major memo that connects Alessa and Shaw at the end? Yeah, yeah, in the US version for Silent Hill 1, there's a memo in Nowhere, which you can find in the other regional versions, so like the EU version or PAL, the Japan version as well, where you can read a memo that goes more into the lore that's very explicitly stating the origin of like White Claudia and that connection to, you know, much of the more ritualistic cult-like themes you find in Silent Hill 1 as well. But unfortunately, due to a coding error in the engine itself, that was not seen in the US version. I don't know if I think later releases re-added that, but it is something that was definitely excluded. That was really important when it came to the lore, so yeah. One thing I did actually like about Silent Hill F is that the protagonist did nothing wrong like the previous Silent Hill protagonists. Yeah. I have to replay F, which we will, so I can kind of get more of like a integral, like, you know, kind of like grip on that game. I definitely wanted to make like a story and lore video on F, but I think at the time I was just really exhausted and fatigued and I was burnt out, but I would love to give a shot at it again one day. Okay, this is this is where I'm going to call it quits for today chat. I'm definitely going way over time, and I'm pretty exhausted, but we are pretty much close to finishing the game, really. Literally, like, we're on the like the long home stretch when it comes to Silent Hill Origins. It's a really short game if you know what you're doing. It's very, very short, but also really, really easy. So the next time we stream Silent Hill Origins, we will finish it. We'll probably finish pretty early, but we'll see. All we have left is the Riverside Motel. That's like the last part of the game. But after that, pretty much easy. Pretty much just the long haul from there. The home stretch. I think the home stretch is the word I'm trying to look for. I would argue the main premise of 1 and 3 have been way overused compared to 2. It boils down to, it was a cult question mark gasp. Even outside of Silent Hill, I'm tired of seeing cults. Interesting you say that. I feel like that's like the inverse of how I feel when it's come to the recent Silent Hill games. It feels like a lot of it has to do with like more psychological themes, trauma especially. And that's definitely translated with Silent Hill, the short message, Silent Hill F, Silent Hill Town Hall. Ironically, Silent Hill Ascension did delve into the more cult-like themes, but haphazardly and not exactly knowing what it's wanting to tell. So I find that interesting. Huh. The newspaper clipping that explains the boiler explosion, along with Harry exclaiming that the date is the same day he and his wife found with Cheryl. Whether do you ever get a story where we are thrown into uncontextualized character suffering and left to watch it unfold? I found that more intriguing, purely subjective though, just my opinion. That's fine, that's completely okay, you know. Every Silent Hill has like its own approach when it comes to its storytelling, so you know, it's in service to how I guess the player may feel when it comes to its I guess storytelling, narratively speaking. And yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. One day you make an entire lore video about F. I do want to make a lore video about F one day, and likewise Townfall too. Yeah, Heather literally did nothing wrong, so she stole and smoked, but which teenager doesn't? Yeah. Great stream, great time, good night, all enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, Noble. Thank you, you too as well. Alright, Jay, have a good one, dude. Thank you, Danger. I will. Thank you so much. I'm late. I'm sorry to hear about that, Mystical Darkus, but you do have the VOD. The VOD will go up live, or momentarily after we finish stream. Have a good night, Gaga Dreams. I hope you had a great stream, Jay. Thank you, Mystical Darkus, and thank you so much for KR Gaming for subscribing to the channel. Thank you so much. And Neobar has made another Silent Hill. Where would you like it to take place? Probably in the town. I do miss the town of Silent Hill. I think it'd be nice to see the town make an appearance once again. It doesn't have to be like actual Silent Hill, like, you know, like from Silent Hill 1. Just maybe like a different part of town. If there's a good reason to bring back the town and it has a good story to tell, then I'm here for it. I'm here for it. We need to find an iron lung exoskeleton. The game is weird and I did like it. And I did like it for what it was, but I didn't really feel like a Silent Hill game to me. Yeah, we'll talk more about it when we get to Silent Hill F for sure. Playing Origins is fun when going home after a long day of school. Oranges, yeah. Ryokishi riding along with how the combat just drops you to arena after arena in a Silent Hill game. Yeah. Yeah, playing Origins was fun on PSP. Nice. Good stream. Thank you, Jacklock. Jay, I hope you're doing well. Thank you, Miss Godorkus. Likewise, I hope so, you too. Make a little video about circumcision. Just put the split worm pyramid head with his great knife and Walter Sullivan in it. I don't think that's ever going to happen, but who knows? Maybe some other YouTuber out there. Thanks for the stream. Until the next. Thank you, Peculiar. You too. I heart you too, Gaga Dreams. I'll say take care, Jay. Have a good night. Rest of your night. Thank you, Zenny. Likewise, you too. Have a good night, Jay. And chat. Thank you, Happy Grassman. Have a good night, and I love the stream as always. Thank you, Lilith. Thank you so much. Title of the game, Return to Silent Hill. It's a love a game where you explore of all of Silent Hill. Hopefully the remake will come close. Probably next year. Most likely next year. We'll see. Good stream. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you, Fane. Likewise, you too. Sorry, Mr. Stream, you are completely okay, Mystical Darkus. You're fine. We all have our respective lives going on. Night, Joe, take care. Take care, Pain. Good night, y'all. Good night, Yoshito Style. Night, bro. Night, Ouroboros. Alright, chat, I'm gonna get going. I'm going to go eat, and I'm going to go to bed. I am tired. I had a long week. But I had a great week streaming with you guys. It was really fun. Hope you guys had a great time today with Origins. And thank you all so much for all 100 of you for watching the stream today. I appreciate all the love and support. It helps in many ways more than one. I definitely want to make streaming more apparent. I think I've been doing a good job at streaming more consistently, and I'm going to try to attest to that whenever I can, whenever I feel like I'm able to do so. Definitely want to make streaming integral to my YouTube, I guess, career path. I do love streaming. I do think it's great for like supplementary material when it comes to me working on videos, but I don't know, streaming has been really fun, and if streaming is viable long term, then I absolutely want to continue doing it. I love hanging out with you guys. You guys make me feel like homey and cozy, and yeah, just like myself, and you know, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And likewise, I hope I make you guys feel the same way too when it comes to just a really good safe space environment, you know, positive vibes, chill, relaxing, and yeah, so thank you guys so much. I appreciate all your guys' love and support, and I hope I can come back on subsequent occasion when it comes to streams for however long I can. Yeah, that's the plan though, chat. Anyways, I'm gonna get going. I'm pretty fatigued and worn out, so I'm gonna go rest and eat and enjoy the rest of my weekend. with my partner, and also just hopefully to work on the Silent Hill 3 iceberg video as well, and just videos in general whenever I can. But yeah, anyways, chat, I'm get going. Take care. Thank you guys so much for joining the stream today and viewing us playing Origins. We will come back next Monday to finish Origins, and then if we have time, might do something else. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see how I'm feeling. But until then, chat, thank you guys so much for joining. As always, if you guys want to follow me on my socials and keep in touch, please feel free to subscribe to the channel. I try to post whenever I can when it comes to videos. Recently it was Townfall with my little analysis, so if that's your thing, please feel free to check it out. Likewise, streaming, I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Nightbot should be giving you my stream schedule as well, but if you guys want to also look into the description below on each subsequent stream, then you can also find the stream schedule likewise. But yeah, subscribe to the channel if you found me through the stream, if you want to see more content. Channel membership, if you guys want to join, only $1 per month. You get really cool custom emotes and emojis that you see probably in chat with other people who are pledged as a channel member. $1 per month, hopefully not too expensive, but if not, that's okay. We also have a tips and donations if you want to be generous, and if you can, then donating and tipping helps in many ways more than one, especially making YouTube, which is, you know, my dream to do long-term, a possibility when it comes to anything financially speaking, and making it a possibility for me. But if not, that's okay. Watching the videos and streams is what helps in the long run. And finally, if you want to talk to other people in chat or just in general, likewise, please feel free to join the Discord server. We have a bunch of amazing, really cool, awesome individuals that just like to chill and talk about anything and everything Silent Hill, or just, I don't know, geek, nerd culture, video games, whichever, the latter. And yeah, anyways, that's gonna be me, chat. I will see you guys on Monday for more Silent Hill Origins. And yeah, please, as always, sleep, eat, rest well, take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, and thank you so much for all the kind and wonderful, generous donations and channel memberships. Helps in many ways more than one. I'll see you guys next weekend, or next week. Have a great every weekend, and take care. And as always, chat, do what you can. Do what you can. It's all that we can do, and you know what? That's more than enough. Always will be. Take care, everyone. See you later. Have a rest of your day. See you, see you, see you. See you soon. See you later. Bye-bye. See you soon. Okay, bye-bye. Love y'all. See you soon. Have a great rest of your day and weekend. Take care. Love y'all. See you soon.